Chapter 83. Ningyu sit tight. Sensing the boundless energy fluctuations coming in his direction, the Dark Emperor's face changed. Shortly after, he opened his mouth and spat out a black flame. Whoosh! The temperature of the flame was extremely high. Even the air was sizzling from the heat. It really is the sky-devouring hound tribe. Seeing this, the left protector smirked and mumbled, "A living sky-devouring hound. If I refine it into a corpse puppet, my strength will at least double." Bang! In the next moment, the dark black flames collided with the left protector's vast energy attack. Crack! Following this, a terrifying shockwave spread into the surroundings with the collision as the center. Oh no! Everyone run! Yeah, let's leave this place. It'll be too late if we wait any longer. A battle of this level isn't something we can watch. The surrounding cultivators were startled as they sensed the powerful shockwave. Their figures flickered as they headed into the distance. Indeed, even the slightest shockwave from a battle of this level would kill them. Damn it! Guanzhong cursed in his heart. He unleashed his aura and surrounded Xiao Yunlan and the others. The shockwave from the battle between the Dark Emperor and the Left Protector was extremely powerful. If he did not block it for Xiao Yunlan and the others, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whoosh! Before the shockwave dissipated, the Left Protector dashed out. His body seemed to have merged with the surrounding space and appeared before the Dark Emperor in the blink of an eye. He threw a punch at the Dark Emperor's head with a ferocious energy wave. "Old man, it won't be that easy to kill me." With a low shout, the Dark Emperor's huge tail suddenly swung, bringing with it traces of ripples as it met the Left Protector's fist head-on. Bang! As the fist and tail collided, a deep thud was heard. Then, the Dark Emperor's expression turned hideous as he was sent flying. F***K, it hurts. The Dark Emperor clenched his teeth and said after being sent flying. It hurts? You'll feel the pain later." The Left Protector's face turned cold as a golden core appeared above his head. With a flick of his finger, the illusory golden core shot out and attacked the Dark Emperor at an astonishing speed. "Dark Emperor, this is his illusory golden core. Let's retreat quickly." Ningyu's expression changed greatly as he hurriedly reminded, "I know even if you don't tell me." In the next moment, black flames surged on the Dark Emperor's four hooves, and he instantly accelerated, galloping into the distance. Seeing the Dark Emperor's actions, the Left Protector sneered, and a pair of energy wings appeared on her back. With a flap, she quickly flew out in pursuit of the Dark Emperor. Xiao! Xiao! In the outer valley of Elixir Dragon Valley, two figures, one in front and one behind, moved extremely quickly and disappeared almost in the blink of an eye. Turning his head and looking at the approaching Left Protector, Ningyu said in a deep voice, "Dark Emperor, it is not a solution to continue running like this. We must think of a way to shake off the Left Protector. No, my speed is not as fast as him. There is no way I can shake him off." Shaking his head, the Dark Emperor said fiercely, "The only thing we can do now is to find a way to shatter his illusory golden core. That is the only way we have a chance of survival." "Shatter the illusory golden core?" Ningyu was slightly taken aback and asked doubtfully, "How do we do that?" Woof! As soon as Ningyu finished his words, the Dark Emperor barked furiously and his body grew bigger once again. The Dark Emperor swung his back and flung Ningyu down. Then, the Dark Emperor opened his mouth and charged at the Left Protector's illusory golden core instead of retreating. Dark Emperor, no. At this moment, Ningyu finally realized that the Dark Emperor wanted to swallow the Left Protector's illusory golden core. Although the Dark Emperor was from the Heaven-Devouring Hound clan and was known to be able to swallow the heavens and earth, that was an illusory golden core. With the Dark Emperor's current state, even if he could swallow the illusory golden core, there was a high chance that his body would explode and he would die. I knew you would do this. Looking at the approaching Dark Emperor, the Left Protector's mouth curled up and he laughed sinisterly. "Since you want to devour my illusory golden core, I'll let you devour it." The left protector waved his sleeve, and a jade green gas flew out and quietly entered the illusory golden core. As the illusory golden core and the Dark Emperor got closer and closer, the Dark Emperor's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a pair of purplish gold wings appeared on his back. Not good. You are the royal family of the Heaven-Devouring Hound clan, the purple gold Heaven-Devouring Hound. The change in the Dark Emperor caused the left protector's expression to change drastically. He stepped on the air, and his speed increased as he tried to retrieve the illusory golden core. Gulp! However, just as the left protector reacted, the Dark Emperor swallowed his illusory golden core. Poochie! As soon as the illusory golden core was swallowed by the Dark Emperor, the left protector spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. That was because he had lost contact with the illusory golden core. He had completely lost contact with it. Without the illusory golden core, his strength would drop by at least 80%. Plop! After swallowing the illusory golden core, the Dark Emperor's eyes turned abnormally blood red. Even the fur on his body turned blood red. Right now, he cannot be called the Dark Emperor, but the Red Emperor. Damn dog, I want you dead. With a furious roar, the left protector instantly flew out and attacked the Dark Emperor. The Dark Emperor flapped his purplish gold wings and swept his huge tail at the left protector's body. Poochie! After the attack, the Dark Emperor suddenly spat out a mouthful of purplish gold blood. His body suddenly shrank, and his aura became somewhat weak. So you were also severely injured. Today, I will skin you alive. The left protector forcefully stopped in the air and clenched his fists tightly. His face was filled with viciousness. Oh no! However, just as the left protector was about to attack again, his expression suddenly changed. Without any time to think, he left behind a blood-red light and disappeared. As soon as the left protector left, the Dark Emperor raised his head and looked into the distance. Then, he gritted his teeth and flapped his purplish gold wings quickly, charging towards Ningyu. The Dark Emperor was extremely fast. Just as he was about to get close to Ningyu, his body shrank again. Finally, under Ningyu's astonished gaze, he burrowed into the ring on his finger. This Sumeru storage ring can actually store living things? Ningyu's mouth was slightly open. His face was filled with confusion. He only knew that the Sumeru storage ring could store things, and the space inside was very large, but he did not expect it to be able to store living things. One had to know that a spatial treasure that could store living things was a priceless treasure. It's not surprising that a treasure left behind by the Drug Emperor can store living things. Thinking about the Sumeru storage ring on his hand that was left behind by the Drug Emperor, Ningyu recovered from his shock. After all, the Drug Emperor was extremely powerful. It made sense that he would leave behind a spatial treasure that could store living things. Dark Emperor, take a good rest inside for a period of time. I will definitely find a way to save you. Ningyu's soul power entered the Sumeru storage ring and saw the Dark Emperor lying peacefully inside. He took a deep breath, and his face was a little solemn. Swoosh. Chapter 84. Blood Shield Technique. An old man landed beside Ningyu with a slight frown. It's actually the Blood Shield Technique. Looks like it's the corpse sex protector. Another origin core realm cultivator. Ningyu's pupils shrank when he saw the old man. He could feel a powerful aura from the old man that wasn't any weaker than the left protector's. You're not afraid of me? The old man stared at Ningyu and released his aura to suppress Ningyu. Ningyu used all his strength to resist the old man's aura. I'm not afraid of you because you're a friend and not an enemy. The reason why Ningyu was so sure was because he didn't feel any killing intent from the old man. Adding on the fact that the left protector immediately fled after the old man appeared, Ningyu judged that the old man was a friend and not an enemy. Not bad. No wonder Jean urged me to come and save you. With a faint smile, the old man withdrew his aura and said, Let's go. Don't let Jean wait too long. Otherwise, she'll blame me. With that, the old man flicked his wrist, and a gust of wind swept Ningyu into the Pill Dragon Valley. Old Mo, do you think Uncle Yampa can save Ningyu? In front of the Medicine King Palace, Lu Wei bit her lips with a face full of worry. At this moment, there were only a few people left in front of the Medicine King Palace. The experts of the Zhang clan and corpse sect, as well as some young cultivators, had all left. Due to the heavy casualties among the students of Danwu College, Guanzhong left with the remaining students of Danwu College after Yang Po appeared. As for Xiao Yunlan and Wu Yong, they didn't leave. They chose to wait for Ningyu. Old Mo sighed and slowly said, "Miss, with Yang Po taking action, I believe Ningyu will be fine." Actually, Elder Hiroshi was worried as well. After all, when Yang Po appeared, 3 minutes had already passed since Ningyu had escaped. To a Yuan dance stage expert, 3 minutes was more than enough time to kill Ningyu. Ningyu will definitely be fine. Xiao Yunlan clenched her fist and said with certainty. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of cold light approached from afar and descended in an instant. Ningyu? Seeing the familiar figure that suddenly descended, Xiao Yunlan and Lu Wei revealed expressions of joy. They both took a step forward, one on the left and one on the right, sizing up Ningyu, and asked in unison, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Pucci. Surrounded by the two women, Ningyu immediately felt a little awkward. He scratched his head and was just about to speak when he felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ningyu, what's wrong? You're still saying you're fine. You're already so heavily injured." Ningyu's reaction caused Lu Wei and Xiao Yunlan's expressions to change greatly as they hurriedly said, "I'm fine, just a little pain in my chest." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ningyu slightly distanced himself from the two women and said, "It's no big deal." Actually, the biggest injury on Ningyu's body was not the pain in his chest, but the damage to his soul. In order to block the Golden Corpse King's powerful attack, he gathered all the soul force in his body above his head, forming a protective barrier. Although the protective barrier formed by the peak third Great Soul Force was strong, it was still shattered by the Golden Corpse King, causing his soul force to suffer serious injuries. "I've helped you get this heaven-rank flying sword back. Now it's returned to its owner." Casually throwing the soul-severing sword to Ningyu, Yang Po said lightly. Receiving the soul-severing sword, Ningyu hurriedly said, "Thank you, Senior." The soul-severing sword was taken away by the Golden Corpse King. Originally, Ningyu was prepared to not be able to get it back, but now that Yang Po got it back, he would definitely be very grateful. For Ningyu, losing the soul-severing sword would at least reduce his strength by 50%. "Let's go back to Tianxian City first. This is not the place to talk." Waving his hand, Yang Po said, "If there's anything, let's go back to Tianxian City first." Because Ningyu hit it very well. Even Yang Po of the Primal Core Realm did not notice that Ningyu's soul force had suffered a serious injury. And Yang Po was worried that the experts of the Corpsine sect would come back, so he proposed to return to Tianxian City. After returning to Tianxian City, Ningyu did not return to Snow Domain Pavilion with Lu Wei and the others, nor did he go to Drunken Cloud Inn with Xiao Yunlan. Ningyu knew that his soul force had suffered a serious injury, and if it was not treated as soon as possible, his soul force was likely to stagnate in the future. Therefore, he immediately returned home. Inside the room, Ningyu shook his wrist, and the crystal jade pill appeared in his hand. The crystal jade pill was an elixir that he found in the Medicine King's palace, and it was an elixir that specialized in repairing soul injuries. Taking a deep breath, Ningyu swallowed the crystal jade pill. As soon as the crystal jade pill entered his mouth, Ningyu suddenly felt a cold aura, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. Clenching his teeth, Ningyu tried to control the medicinal power of the crystal jade pill to slowly flow to the side of his damaged soul force. Buzz buzz. As soon as the medicinal power came into contact with the damaged soul force, a buzzing sound burst out. Immediately, Ningyu's face lit up with joy because he saw that his damaged soul force was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. As expected of a 7th grade elixir, the effect is actually so good. Ningyu was very happy. According to his speculation, his soul force would be completely repaired in 2 days at most. At that time, it was very likely that his soul force would break through the limit of the 3rd grade and reach the 4th grade. At the same time, while Ningyu was trying his best to repair his soul force, in Snow Pavilion of Tianxin City, Uncle Yang Puh, my mother's condition has really deteriorated that badly? Lu Wei's face was a little worried as she asked. Shaking his head, Yang Po's face turned solemn as he said, "The situation is not optimistic. Now, the pavilion master has already started to refine the pill of good fortune. Within a month, if the refinement is not successful, the consequences will be unimaginable. Tomorrow, follow me back to the capital." Yang Po continued, "After being delayed in Tianxin City for so long, it's time to go back. Uncle Yang Po, Ningyu promised me that his master," Lu Wei hurriedly said. Before her voice died away, Yang Po said in a deep voice, "I know that his alchemy talent is first class, but the pavilion master has already started to refine the pill of good fortune. Even if his master is an 8th grade alchemist, he can't help much. Working together to refine the pill of good fortune is a huge project. If there is a problem in any of the steps, it will all be for naught. Even if his master is an 8th grade alchemist, it is impossible for the pavilion master to add him in at the last minute." Yang Po's tone was unquestionable as he said, "This matter is settled. Tomorrow, you will return to the capital with me." Inside a cave in a magical beast mountain range, an old man's face was pale and filled with anger. If Ningyu was here, he would definitely recognize that this old man was none other than the left protector of the corpse sect. I didn't expect it to be the emperor of the heaven-devouring dog clan, the purple gold heaven-devouring dog. Clenching his fists, the left protector's face was filled with viciousness. "Just you wait. Once I recover from my injuries, I will definitely take your dog lives." This time, the Dark Emperor and Ningyu had caused him to lose his void core. It would take at least a year for him to recover to his peak. Moreover, he would need a lot of medicinal herbs and pills. Therefore, during this 1 year, Ningyu didn't have to worry about the threat from the left protector. Chapter 85. 2 days passed by quietly. Ning family, Ningyu's room. Slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Ningyu opened his eyes, and a look of joy appeared on his face. "It's really a blessing in disguise this time. Not only did my soul recover completely, but my soul force has also reached the 4th grade. With a thought, a wisp of soul power appeared. Looking at the soul power on his fingertips, Ningyu nodded in satisfaction. "Now that my soul power has reached the 4th grade, I can practice the 3rd move of the Netherworld Samsara Palm, Ghostly Fiend." Forming a seal with both hands, Ningyu's soul power surged out, and he started practicing the 3rd move of the Netherworld Samsara Palm, Ghostly Fiend. The first move of the Netherworld Samsara Palm, Absolute Dust, and the 2nd move, Lonely Name, had increased Ningyu's battle power by more than a level. With the first 2 moves of the Netherworld Samsara Palm, it was not difficult for Ningyu to challenge those of a higher level. The 3rd move, Ghostly Fiend, was much stronger than the first 2 moves. With a flick of his wrist, his soul power wrapped around his palm. In the next moment, Ningyu quickly formed a seal and pushed his palm out. Swoosh! A palm print that was almost solid instantly shot out at an extremely fast speed. Kacha! A crisp sound could be heard as a jade bottle was smashed. Then, the solid palm print dissipated into the surroundings. Looking at the broken jade bottle, Ningyu mumbled, "Looks like this palm of Ghostly Fiend has an extremely unique feature." There was no ripple after it was unleashed. If it was not a martial artist with a similarly strong soul power, it would be difficult to discover its existence. Through the palm just now, Ningyu judged that Ghostly Fiend did not have any soul power ripple. It was extremely fast. If Ghostly Fiend and Lonely Name were to unleash it at the same time, others would definitely think that Lonely Name was a huge threat. The power of Ghostly Fiend's palm is comparable to my innate demon sword wave. In the past, Ningyu's strongest move was to use the Absolute Soul Sword to execute the 2nd form of the Heavenly Supreme 9 Purity Sword Art, the Sky Fiend Sword Wave. Now that Yu Sha had successfully cultivated it, he had 2 powerful trump cards. After successfully cultivating the netherworld samsara palm's third palm, Netherfiend, Ningyu flicked his wrist, and the soul-breaking sword appeared in his hand. Ningyu recalled the third form of the supreme nine purities sword technique in his mind. Immediately, the Yuan Qi in the cyclone surged out and gathered in the soul-breaking sword. With a thrust of his sword, Ningyu began to practice the third style, Teisho Kenpo. As time went on, Ningyu's expression became more and more solemn, and he became more and more alarmed. Teisho Kenpo was extremely demanding on one's Yuan Qi. If one's Yuan Qi hadn't reached the Xiantian Great Circle, it would be impossible to successfully cultivate this style. Right now, Ningyu's cultivation was at the peak of the Hotian realm. Although the Yuan Qi in the two cyclones had reached the Xiantian late stage, it was still a distance away from the Xiantian Great Circle. Ningyu knew that unless he advanced to the Xiantian realm, he would not be able to successfully cultivate Teisho Kenpo. Looks like I have to advance to the Xiantian realm as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, Ningyu moved his soul power and quietly entered the Sumeru storage ring. In the 2 days after returning from Elixir Dragon Valley, he had been busy recovering his soul power. He had only checked on the Dark Emperor on his way back. At that time, the Dark Emperor was lying in the storage ring, covered in a layer of dark flames. The temperature was extremely high. With Ningyu's damaged soul power, he didn't dare to go near it. Now that his soul power had not only completely recovered, it had also advanced to the 4th grade. Therefore, he immediately entered the storage ring to check on the Dark Emperor's condition. What the F***CK? As soon as his soul power entered the storage ring, Ningyu cursed. This was because he discovered that all the medicinal ingredients in the storage ring had disappeared without a trace. In the distance, the Dark Emperor stretched out his 4 claws and stuck out his tongue. On his tongue, he could vaguely see the leaves of a camel hump flower. Dark Emperor. Originally, Ningyu wanted to show some concern for him. Now that he saw the situation, he was speechless and said, "Wake up! What the hell is going on?" Hearing Ningyu's words, the Dark Emperor's eyelids rolled, then closed again. Seeing the Dark Emperor like this, Ningyu was completely speechless. If not for the Dark Emperor still breathing, he would have thought that the Dark Emperor had died. No matter what, the Dark Emperor had saved his life. Not to mention eating all the herbs in the storage ring. Even if he destroyed the storage ring, he wouldn't say anything. The Emperor of the Heaven-Swallowing Dog Clan is indeed overbearing. In the beginning, Ningyu was still worried about the Dark Emperor's safety. After all, it had swallowed a void core. The enormous energy contained in a void core was enough to severely injure an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the true martial realm. Now that he saw the Dark Emperor, Ningyu was no longer worried. No matter how he looked at it, the Dark Emperor didn't seem to be in trouble. If it really was in trouble, it definitely wouldn't have swallowed all the herbs in the storage ring. Forget it. I'll come see him in a few days. Shrugging, Ningyu was about to leave the storage ring. Swish! However, before his soul power left the storage ring, he saw the Dark Emperor's mouth open slightly, and a golden core slowly flew out from its mouth. At this moment, the Dark Emperor's voice sounded in Ningyu's ears. "This is that old bastard's golden core. I've already absorbed most of the energy in it. Your body should be able to withstand the remaining energy." Yuan Qi appeared in his palm, and he caught the golden core steadily. Probing with his soul power, Ningyu discovered that there was less than a third of the energy left in the golden core. Even though there was only a third of the energy left, for Ningyu, it was enough for him to advance to the Xiantian realm. Ningyu didn't stand on ceremony with the Dark Emperor. Instead, he took the golden core out from the storage ring. Looking at the golden core in front of him, Ningyu placed his palm on it and slowly circulated the spirit transformation technique to absorb it. The energy in the golden core was extremely large, and after being processed by the Dark Emperor, it was extremely pure without any impurities. Very quickly, it was absorbed and refined by him. Buzz buzz. As the endless energy entered the two cyclones, Ningyu felt that the Yuan Qi in the two cyclones had reached a critical point, and he had the urge to break through. Suppress it. Ningyu knew that if he wanted to break through to the Xiantian realm now, it would be very easy. However, he didn't do that. He wanted to suppress the cyclones and work hard for the cyclones to split. If he could split the cyclones into 4 in the post-celestial realm, then when he advanced to the early stage of the Xiantian realm, his battle prowess would be 4 times stronger than an ordinary early-stage Xiantian realm martial artist. Coupled with the netherworld samsara palm and the supreme 9-purity sword art, his overall strength would become extremely terrifying. Under the true martial realm, he would be invincible. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound exploded in his sea of consciousness. Immediately after, Ningyu gritted his teeth and circulated the spirit transformation technique crazily. All the energy in the golden core entered the 2 cyclones. This was because Ningyu knew that he could no longer suppress it and was about to advance to the Xiantian realm. And he wanted to make use of this last moment to break through the cyclones division. Chi-chi. All the energy in the golden core entered the cyclones. In an instant, a heart-wrenching pain spread out, causing Ningyu's forehead to be covered in sweat. Bang! 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 3 muffled sounds rang out in succession. Then, Ningyu's face lit up with joy and he let out a long breath. The first muffled sound was produced when he advanced to the Xiantian realm. The second and third muffled sound were produced by the Cyclones division. At this moment, Ningyu advanced to the Xiantian realm. Chapter 86. Phew! Feeling the changes in the cyclone, Ningyu let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with unconcealable joy. In his previous life, he was only able to split the cyclone into 2 when he was in the early stage of the Xiantian realm. In this life, he had already split the cyclone into 4. Moreover, according to the changes in the cyclone, Ningyu speculated that before he advanced to the true martial realm, his cyclone would most likely split again. Since ancient times, the maximum number of cyclones that a Xiantian realm martial artist could split was 16. If he could reach 16, it would be of great help to his future cultivation. The energy in the illusory golden core is indeed huge. It has already filled all 4 of my cyclones. Ningyu nodded in satisfaction after looking at the yuan qi in the cyclone. The amount of yuan qi in his body was equivalent to that of 4 Xiantian realm martial artists. Gulp! At this moment, a sound came from his stomach. Ningyu got up and walked out of the room. During the 2 days of cultivation, he had not eaten anything. Now, he finally felt a little hungry. Rumble. However, as soon as Ningyu left the room, an earth-shattering roar resounded in the front yard. Then, a few figures landed in front of his door at the same time. Looking at the sudden appearance of several figures, Ningyu's face instantly became extremely cold. He said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" From the 8 figures in the courtyard, Ningyu could feel an aura that was not weaker than the barbarian corpse kings. This indicated that they were Xiantian realm martial artists. Moreover, when he released his soul power, Ningyu felt an extremely powerful aura in the front yard. That aura had obviously surpassed the limit of the Xiantian realm and reached the true martial realm. It seems that the one fighting with the true martial realm martial artist in the front yard should be my grandfather. In an instant, Ningyu understood the situation in front of him. Could it be the corpse sect? Thinking of this, Ningyu's heart sank to the bottom. This time, there were a total of 9 experts besieging the Ning family. 8 were Xiantian realm martial artists, and 1 was a true martial realm martial artist. In Tianxian City, there was no force that could mobilize so many experts at once. Jie, it doesn't matter who we are. What matters is that this day, next year, will be the anniversary of your death. A tall warrior at the front grinned and said sinisterly, Hiske, I didn't expect you to have advanced to the innate realm. No wonder someone was willing to spend 500,000 upper-grade origin crystals to buy your life. Someone bought my life? Hearing that, Ningyu was startled, and then he said, You're from the assassination pavilion. A week ago, Ningyu had been on his way back from the Drunken Cloud restaurant when he had been besieged by 2 peak Hotian warriors. Back then, Ningyu suspected that they were martial artists from the assassination pavilion. Looking at it now, his suspicions back then were not wrong. However, Ningyu was a little puzzled. Just who was it that was willing to spend 500,000 high-grade essence crystals to buy his head? The Corpsine sect could be ruled out since they disdained hiring assassins. However, the Zhang clan had this possibility. After all, they had a lot of financial resources and could afford this price. Thinking of this, Ningyu's eyes flashed coldly. He stomped on the ground, and a shadow flashed, appearing like a ghost in front of the peak innate realm warrior. Bang! Vigorous origin power surged from Ningyu's fist as he threw a punch at him. Looking at Ningyu, who was closing in on him, the tall warrior's lips curled up. Immediately after, his body flashed strangely, and a yuan qi palm containing the same fierce wind suddenly pushed out. Pa! Wherever the wind passed, even the air exploded, giving off a low, muffled sound. Not good. However, just as the fists were about to collide, the tall warrior's pupils shrank slightly. This was because he felt a fluctuation of yuan qi from Ningyu's fist that was not weaker than his. Bang! After the blow, the tall warrior immediately retreated, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, the tall warrior clenched his fists tightly. A look of shock appeared on his face as he said gloomily, "You are actually so strong." Through the hurried blow just now, the tall warrior judged that Ningyu's strength was not weaker than his. Humph! Since you dare to come to the Ning family, you should be prepared to be killed. With a cold snort, Ningyu shook his wrist, and the soul-breaking sword appeared in his hand. Innate demon sword wave. With a wave of the soul-breaking sword, a sword wave suddenly appeared in the air. In the end, it turned into 8 sword rays and attacked the 8 peak innate realm warriors. You want to fight against 8 alone? You are too naive. The tall warrior's face turned cold as he said coldly, "Attack together." As soon as he said that, the other 7 peak innate realm warriors all took out their flying swords and slashed out. Huge sword rays danced in the air and met the innate demon sword wave. Chi 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 chi. Immediately, 8 crisp sounds rang out in the courtyard. Then, Ningyu's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. Boom! However, as he was retreating, the 8 Xiantian full circle martial artists slashed out with their swords once again. Immediately, 8 overbearing red swords flashed towards him at an astonishing speed. Innate demon sword wave. At this critical moment, Ningyu injected the yuan qi in his cyclone into the soul-breaking sword. With a swing of the sword, a huge yuan qi sword ray flew out. Buzz! The yuan qi sword light and the 8 red sword lights collided fiercely. In the next moment, a terrifying energy wave spread out in all directions with the space where the collision occurred as the center. Swoosh! Swoosh! The figures of the 2 Xiantian consummate stage experts flashed after this strike. They then appeared in front of Ningyu in a strange manner. Then, they punched out 2 fists that contained a boundless wave of yuan qi and smashed towards Ningyu's head. These 2 fists were extremely overbearing. If Ningyu's head was hit, it was likely that his brain would explode. Netherworld Samsara Palm, Guming. In the blink of an eye, Ningyu's soul surged, and he struck out 2 palms. Lad, to be able to block one of our attacks while fighting against 8 alone, you could be proud even if you die. As if seeing Ningyu's miserable state, one of the peak innate realm warriors laughed sinisterly. With your strength, you should be in the top 100 of the Xia kingdom's innate realm ranking. Hee, you still want to resist at this moment? Save your strength for the underworld. What? The other warrior smiled and was about to speak, but his expression changed drastically. This was because Ningyu's palm print had evaded their fists and landed on their chests. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from the depths of their souls, causing them to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Bang! On the other side, Ningyu's body was hit by 2 fists, and he was sent flying for a long distance before the force dissipated. Fortunately, he had gathered the yuan qi in the cyclone to the surface of his skin at the critical moment. Otherwise, the full force of the two-peak innate realm warriors would have been enough to make him suffer. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ningyu stood up from the ground and said coldly, I said, since you dared to come to the Ning family, you should be prepared to be killed. Seeing his two companions in pain, the tall warrior's face darkened. He looked at Ningyu and said in a cold voice. Chapter 87. When the tall martial artist's voice fell, Ningyu's face instantly fell to the freezing point. A monstrous, murderous aura was emitted from his body. Swoosh! Feeling the terrifying, murderous aura emitted from Ningyu, the taller warrior's expression changed, and he could not help but take a few steps back. As a bronze-plate assassin of the assassination pavilion, there were at least 800 warriors who had died in his hands. Even so, he did not have such a huge murderous aura. Moreover, the most important thing was that Ningyu was not even 20 years old. For such a young warrior to emit such a terrifying murderous aura, just what had he experienced? At this moment, the taller warrior's heart was slightly shaken. He wanted to escape from this place. However, thinking of the 500,000 upper-grade yuan crystals as a reward, the taller warrior took a step forward and said coldly, Tong Lu and Tong Qi, kill the rest of the warriors from the Ning family. As for this place, leave it to us. Yes. Hearing this, the two Xiantian Peak martial artists nodded, then rose from the ground and flew out of the courtyard. Heaven Fiend, Sword Wave. Seeing this, Ningyu's expression changed. The Yuan Qi in the cyclone frantically surged into the soul-severing sword. With a slash, an incomparably violent sword ray quickly shot out. This sword ray was extremely powerful, causing everyone's expression to change, including the taller warriors. Especially Tong Lu and Tong Qi, their pupils shrank. Without thinking, they immediately placed the flying swords in front of their chests. Kacha! Kacha! In an instant, the sword ray attacked Tong Lu and Tong Qi. The powerful sword ray directly split their flying swords into two. The sudden change caused Tong Lu and Tong Qi to be dumbfounded. They never thought that the sword ray from Ningyu's attack would be so powerful that it actually broke their top-grade profound rank flying swords. Swoosh! However, in the instant that they were slightly stunned, Ningyu rose from the ground and formed a seal with both his hands. Fourth-grade soul power gathered on his wrist. Netherworld Samsara Palm, Netherworld Fiend. With a low roar, two palm prints flew through the air. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Tong Lu and Tong Qi. Under their horrified gazes, their bodies were ruthlessly blasted. Qi! Qi! After the palm print hit their bodies, a strand of soul power quietly entered their bodies through their skin and then swam into their brains. Serene Fiend was originally a soul attack palm technique. Combined with Ningyu's formidable fourth-grade soul force, it instantly suppressed Tong Lu and Tong Qi to the point where they couldn't breathe. Puchi! Puchi! Suddenly, Tong Lu and Tong Qi spat out a mouthful of blood, and their eyes dimmed. From the time Ningyu's first sword light slashed out to the time when Tong Lu and Tong Qi were struck by the underworld fiend palm, only a second had passed. Damn it! Ningyu, I want you dead. Looking at Tong Lu and Tong Qi lying on the ground, the tall warrior shouted. This time, their assassination pavilion had sent out 9 powerful warriors. Tong 1 was responsible for blocking the Ning family's ancestor, and the other 8 were responsible for killing Ningyu. Originally, they thought that it would be an easy matter. Who would have thought that in just a few minutes, 4 Xiantian full-circle warriors had already lost their battle strength? As for Ningyu, he stood in the same place as if nothing had happened. Tong 8 and Tong 9, due to their carelessness, were seriously injured by Ningyu's desperate attack. Tong Lu and Tong Qi, on the other hand, were struck by Ningyu's even more bizarre palm, and now they had also lost their battle strength. With such a huge loss, the tall warrior's heart was bleeding. In an instant, his figure flashed and rushed towards Ningyu. Cough, cough. After coughing twice, Ningyu's expression was extremely gloomy. Because he used all his strength to execute the netherworld Samsara Palm's third palm, Serene Fiend, it caused him to be somewhat weak. In a short period of time, it was impossible for him to execute the Serene Fiend palm again. Moreover, the Yuan Qi in 2 of his cyclones had already been exhausted, leaving only the Yuan Qi in the other 2 cyclones that could be used. Compared to his peak state, Ningyu's strength had decreased by at least 50%. If Ningyu was given even an hour's time, he would be able to recover his soul force to its peak. However, the current situation did not allow him to recover his soul force. Heaven Fiend Sword Wave. Gritting his teeth, he waved the soul-severing sword in his hand. The Yuan Qi in the 3rd cyclone was injected into the soul-severing sword, instantly slashing out a sword beam. Xiao! This time, the tall warrior was prepared. His body was extremely fast, and he dodged left and right in the air. He did not choose to meet Ningyu's sword beam head-on. The tall warrior was not stupid. He was very clear that Ningyu's trump card was the powerful sword beam. As long as he dodged the sword beam, it would be very easy to kill Ningyu. Damn it! Missing his attack, Ningyu cursed and immediately retreated. If not for the fact that he had overused his soul force and was somewhat weak, Ningyu would have been able to determine the trajectory of the tall warrior's movements with his powerful soul force. As for now, his soul force was too weak to determine the trajectory of the tall warrior's movements. Ningyu, what other trump cards do you have? Show them all. Seeing Ningyu retreat, the tall warrior's lips curled into a sinister smile. He then punched out again. Breaking Wind Fist. An ear-piercing sound of breaking wind rang out. The tall warrior's fist was extremely fast, and it turned into many phantom fist beams, sealing off all of Ningyu's escape routes. Sensing the fist enveloping him, Ningyu's expression completely darkened. Given the current situation, he clearly had no way out. Clenching his hands into fists, the Yuan Qi in the 4th cyclone frantically surged and gathered in his right hand. However, just as Ningyu was about to punch out with his right fist, his expression changed, and his fist abruptly stopped in the air. From outside the courtyard, a palm containing enormous energy suddenly shot out. The palm was extremely fast, instantly dispersing the tall warrior's fist beam. Bang! In the next moment, the crisp sound of fists colliding rang out in the sky. When the 2 fists collided, the enormous force from the collision caused the tall warrior to fall from the air. The backs of his feet were forcefully sunk into the ground. Go! After the strike, a strange figure once again appeared, and his right hand violently struck the tall warrior's chest. Ugh! After suffering another heavy blow, the tall martial artist, who was already slightly pale, became even paler. A mouthful of crimson blood spurted out, and his body was like a sandbag as he was sent flying back several feet. This sudden change made the expressions of the other 3 Xiantian consummate-level warriors change drastically. They moved their feet and moved closer to Yishuan. Who are you? Clutching his chest, the tall warrior struggled to stand up. His expression was gloomy as he stared at the figure that had landed in front of Ningyu. He shouted in a deep voice, "Why did you help Ningyu?" The tall warrior's expression was very ugly, and he felt a little uneasy. Before coming, they had already investigated the Ning family and knew that apart from Ninghe, there were no other true martial realm experts in the Ning family. At this moment, he felt a powerful aura from the figure in front of him that was not weaker than Tong Yi's. Chapter 88. Father. Looking at the familiar figure that suddenly appeared beside him, Ningyu's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Your strength? Ningyu knew that Ninghai's cultivation was only at the late stage of the Xiantian realm when they were fighting for the quota in the frozen cave. How did his cultivation become so strong after a dozen days? Middle stage of the true martial realm. Ninghai's aura had already reached the middle stage of the true martial realm. Now is not the time to talk. Let me finish off these small fries first. Waving his hand, Ninghai's body disappeared in a strange manner. Not good. Seeing Ninghai disappear, the tall warrior's expression changed. Without thinking, he immediately retreated. Bang! However, just as he moved his feet, Ning Hai appeared beside him and threw a punch. It landed squarely on his chest. The strong, rebounding force from his chest sent the tall martial artist flying backward again. Xiao! Having succeeded in his attack, Ning Hai did not stop. With a wave of his sleeve, a cold scarlet ray of light shot out. The scarlet ray of light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the tall warrior. Then, under his horrified expression, with a xiao, it entered his body. Soul power! Seeing the scarlet ray of light, Ning Yu's pupils shrank. He was extremely shocked, because, with his sharp senses, he discovered that the scarlet ray of light was soul power. Moreover, the strength had reached the 6th grade. Could it be that Ning Hai was an alchemist? Or was Ning Hai a warrior who specialized in soul power? Just as Ning Yu was in a daze, a scream rang out, following which the tall cultivator's eyes turned dim, as if his soul had been hollowed out. Chi chi chi. After killing the taller warrior, Ning Hai attacked once again. 3 beams of red light shot out from his sleeves and killed the remaining 3 Xiantian consummate stage warriors. Wait here. I will go help your grandfather. After killing the warrior from the assassination pavilion, Ning Hai took a step forward and rushed towards the front yard. Looking at Ning Hai's disappearing figure, the shock in Ning Yu's eyes did not fade for a long time. Regardless of how Ning Hai became so powerful, Ning Yu knew that he was safe with Ning Hai's help. However, Ning Yu did not stop there. His figure flashed, and he rushed to the front yard. Whoosh! However, Ning Yu's speed was clearly slower by half a beat. By the time he rushed to the front yard, Ning Hai had already killed Tong Yi from the assassination pavilion. As for his grandfather, Ning Yi, his aura was a little weak. After all, Ning Yi was only half a step into the true martial realm, while Tong One of the assassination pavilion was an early-stage true martial realm martial artist. The strength of both sides were not on the same order of magnitude. It was not easy for Ning Yi to resist for a period of time until Ning Hai came back. Ning Tang sealed the news. In the courtyard, Ning Hai said in a deep voice, I will be leaving Tianxian City soon. Before that, I must unite the 4 great clans of Tianxian City. Patriarch, to make a move against the 3 great clans of Tianxian City at this time, I'm afraid it's a little. Hearing this, Ning Tang revealed a difficult expression. Waving his hand, Ning Hai said, regarding the sneak attack by the assassination pavilion, I have already received accurate information. It was jointly funded by the other 3 clans of Tianxian City. They spent 500,000 high-grade origin crystals to eradicate the Ning family. What? Ning Tang originally had a bad temper. Hearing Ning Hai's words, he immediately became furious and said, Patriarch, I will bring people to kill them now. This matter is not urgent. First, deal with the people from the assassination pavilion. Make sure not to leave any traces. Shaking his head, Ning Hai said, in addition, spread the news in Tianxian City that the Ning family has suffered heavy losses. Ning Tang's eyes lit up and said, Patriarch, I understand what you mean. Saying this, Ning Tang turned and left. Before the cold ice cave test, you stay at home. Glancing at Ning Yu, Ning Hai tiptoed and flew into the distance. After Ning Hai left, Ning Yu frowned slightly, a little puzzled. 500,000 high-grade origin crystals. Even if the other 3 clans of Tianxian City joined forces, it would be difficult for them to fork it out. Moreover, from what the tall martial artist said, they only wanted to kill him. In Ning Yu's opinion, it was somewhat unrealistic for the 3 clans to jointly fund 500,000 high-grade origin crystals to kill him, unless there was someone behind them. Forget it. Since Father wants me to stay at home during this period of time, I will stay at home. After thinking about it, Ning Yu turned around and returned to his room. Anyway, there was still about 2 weeks before the cold ice cave test. He could use this period of time to properly cultivate and sort out the things that happened during this period of time. At the same time, Tianxian City, Lin family. In a hidden room, A few martial artists were discussing something. Linjun, I wonder if we can kill Ningyu this time. Zhao Lai paced back and forth, a little worried. Haha, you don't need to worry at all. With a faint smile, Lin Jun said, the assassination pavilion sent out a team of bronze plate assassins. Even if Ning Yu has 8 heads, he will definitely be killed by now. Although that's the case, I'm afraid that the Snow Domain Pavilion's experts will make a move to help Ning Yu. Wang Qinian was also somewhat worried and said, back then, we should have spent 1 million high-grade origin crystals to hire a silver plate assassin. Although the assassination pavilion sent out a team of bronze plate assassins, they more or less knew a little about what happened in Elixir Dragon Valley a few days ago. Ning Yu's powerful combat power made them apprehensive. When he was at the peak of the post-liminary realm, he could already rival a Xiantian Great Perfection martial artist. If he advanced to the Xiantian realm, the consequences would be unthinkable. Fortunately, 2 days ago, a mysterious expert found them and provided them with 1 million high-grade origin crystals. There was only one goal, and that was for them to use the 1 million high-grade origin crystals to hire an assassin from the assassination pavilion. They must kill Ningyu. Don't worry, 8 innate realm peak and 1 true martial realm initial stage martial artist. Even if Ningyu advances to the innate realm, he will not be able to escape death. With a shake of his wrist, a storage bag appeared in his hand. Lin Jun said, there are still 500,000 high-grade origin crystals left. We can use these origin crystals to buy magic treasures and elixirs to strengthen our family's strength in a short period of time. Then we can join forces and eradicate the Ning family from Tianxian City. Lin Jun, is the Ning family really so terrifying? With the current strength of our 3 families, can't we eradicate the Ning family? Zhao Lai frowned slightly and asked doubtfully. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jun's expression became rather grave. He said in a deep voice, a week ago, our 3 families could easily eradicate the Ning family if we joined forces. But recently, Ning Hai has suddenly become somewhat different from before. I'm worried that the Ning Hai from 18 years ago has returned. Swoosh, swoosh. Hearing Lin Jun's words, the expressions of Wang Qinian and Zhao Lai changed greatly. Fear appeared on their faces. 18 years ago, they would never forget the earth-shattering battle in the depths of the magical Beast Mountain range. Back then, Ning Hai was like a god of war, turning the magical Beast Mountain range upside down with his own strength. Chapter 89. The long-lasting craze in Elixir Dragon Valley finally dissipated with the explosion in the valley. Many warriors who came to participate in the experiential training left Tianxian City. The incident in Elixir Dragon Valley was forcefully suppressed by a mysterious faction. It was only spread within a small circle and not widely. Ningyu was happy to see such a situation. He did not wish for his performance in Elixir Dragon Valley to be known by many. As the saying went, the tallest tree in Lin Feng's hands must be destroyed. The incident with the assassination pavilion came to an end. It was sealed off by Ning Hai and did not stir up any ripples in Tianxian City. 3 days had passed since the assassination pavilion sneak attack. In these 3 days, Ningyu's soul power had recovered to its peak. The Yuan Qi in the 4 cyclones had also been replenished. Phew, letting out a long breath, Ningyu felt the abundant Yuan Qi in the cyclones. With a flick of his wrist, the soul-breaking sword appeared in his hand. Teisho Kenpo. With a low bellow, the Yuan Qi in the cyclones surged out frantically and entered the soul-breaking sword through Ningyu's wrist. Wong Wong. The soul-breaking sword pointed at the void, and the sword vibrated at an extremely high frequency. In the end, it even resonated with the air and let out a buzzing sound. After the sword vibrated to a certain extent, Ningyu stabbed out with the soul-breaking sword. Chi-chi. Everywhere the soul-breaking sword passed, the air was compressed and dispersed. Bang! Suddenly, the soul-breaking sword disappeared, following which a deep sound rang out in the room. Bang! 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 Following which another 3 consecutive sounds rang out. Then, the soul-breaking sword suddenly appeared and was grabbed by Ningyu. Teisho Kenpo is indeed very difficult to cultivate. Looking at the soul-breaking sword in his hand, Ningyu revealed a grave expression. After 3 days of cultivation, he had only cultivated Teisho Kenpo to the initial success realm. If he wanted to cultivate it to the greater success realm, he would need at least a week's time. However, the power of the Teisho Kenpo was not just for show. Although he had only cultivated it to the realm of initial success, its power had already far surpassed the innate fiend sword wave. I wonder how the Dark Emperor is doing now. Since he couldn't cultivate the Teisho Kenpo to the mastery stage in a short period of time, Ningyu might as well send his soul power into his storage ring. Where is the Dark Emperor? After his soul force entered the storage ring, Ningyu frowned, because he did not see the Dark Emperor. At this moment, the storage ring was completely empty. Ningyu was a little suspicious. Logically speaking, the Dark Emperor should be in the storage ring. Why wasn't he there now? Buzz. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a crack appeared. Not long after the crack appeared, a huge black shadow emerged from it. Woof! After the black shadow appeared, it raised its head and barked at the sky. Then, it swung its tail and charged at Ningyu. You shot! His fourth-grade soul force surged, his wrist moved in a strange trajectory, and then he pushed his palm out. Smack! The huge palm and the black shadow's tail collided, and a dull thud was heard. F***CK. Ningyu, what kind of spell is that? After the attack, the black shadow cursed and bared its teeth at Ningyu. Why do I feel a shiver in my soul? Dark Emperor, have you recovered to your peak? Seeing the black shadow's true form, Ningyu's eyes lit up, and he asked, also, why did you appear out of thin air? Have you recovered to the Yin-Yang realm? Above the Origin Core realm was the Yin-Yang realm. An Yin-Yang realm martial artist could use the power of space to fight against their enemies. In other words, those below the Yin-Yang realm were all ants. I will reach the Yin-Yang realm sooner or later. With a cold snort, the Dark Emperor said, our heaven-devouring hound clan can even swallow the sky, let alone an unstable space. Hearing the Dark Emperor's words, Ningyu was slightly stunned, and he asked in confusion, what is an unstable space? Shrinking his body, the Dark Emperor stood up straight with his front paws behind his back like a scholar, and said, generally speaking, the space within a spatial artifact can be called an unstable space because it is different from the space outside. Once it is impacted by a powerful force, it will completely disappear. Are there other unstable spaces? Ningyu frowned. Of course, there are other unstable spaces, but you can't come into contact with them at your current stage. After taking 2 steps, the Dark Emperor said, when your cultivation reaches the Yin-Yang realm, you will naturally come into contact with some unstable spaces, and you might even be able to open up your own unstable space. Let's talk outside. With a flash, the Dark Emperor flew out of the storage ring. Dark Emperor, I have already imprinted a soul imprint on this storage ring. How can you come and go as you please? Looking at the Dark Emperor in the room, Ningyu's mouth was slightly open, and his face was filled with disbelief. Logically speaking, after imprinting a soul imprint, the storage ring was already his exclusive magic treasure. If others didn't destroy the soul imprint on it, they wouldn't be able to come and go as they pleased. However, the Dark Emperor's actions caused Ningyu to be greatly shocked and confused. Exerting a little force on his hind legs, he jumped onto the bench and said proudly, what's wrong with that? I've said it before, the space in the storage ring is unstable. Our heaven-devouring dog clan can enter and leave whenever we want. No way, why haven't I heard of it? Ningyu revealed a doubtful expression and said, could it be because you are a royal member of the heaven-devouring dog clan? Hearing this, the Dark Emperor's expression turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, let's not talk about that for now. Do you want to do something big with me next? Frowning slightly, for some reason, Ningyu had a feeling that the Dark Emperor didn't want to mention his background. Since that was the case, Ningyu no longer asked, and instead asked, what do you want to do? In Pill Dragon Valley, we were chased by the old fogies of the corpse sect. No matter what, we must take revenge. The Dark Emperor gnashed his teeth and said, "Let's go to the corpse sect. We must take revenge, but not now." Taking a deep breath, Ningyu said in a deep voice, "Although you have recovered to your peak state, your strength is only at the peak of the true martial realm. In front of the true experts of the corpse sect, we are not even ants. In my opinion, we should take our time to think about it." Ningyu wasn't stupid. Although he had cultivated the Teisho Kenpo to the initial success realm and his strength had increased a lot, going to the corpse sect was tantamount to a fool's dream. It was no different from courting death. Even a protector of the corpse sect was at the origin core realm, let alone some of the hidden elders and sect masters. "Ningyu, I'm not talking about going to the corpse sect." Rolling his eyes at Ningyu, the Dark Emperor said, "I also know that with our strength, we definitely can't fight the corpse sect head-on, but we can still go to the corpse sect's treasury." "You mean sneak into the corpse sect's treasury and steal the treasures?" Ningyu's eyes lit up. Although this idea sounded crazy, it was not completely impossible for Ningyu and the others. Chapter 90. Smart. The Dark Emperor waved its claw and looked at Ningyu with a frown. "Although you're only at the early Khanate realm, you have a storage ring. When the time comes, you can come with me to take all the treasures from the corpse sect's treasury. There's no time to lose. Let's go now." Ningyu grabbed the Dark Emperor and said, "There's no hurry. We don't even know where the headquarters of the corpse sect is. How are we going to get to the treasury? In my opinion, we should first investigate and think of a foolproof plan. It won't be too late to go then." The corpse sect was a peak force in the Sky Demon region. Although the corpse sect in the Great Xia Kingdom was only a branch, there were definitely Yin-Yang realm cultivators in it. Yin-Yang realm cultivators could already cultivate spatial techniques and were extremely powerful. Although the Dark Emperor had a unique perception of space, it was impossible for the corpse sect to not be on guard against such an important location like the Treasure Pavilion. If they were discovered by a Yin-Yang realm cultivator, the consequences would be unimaginable. After thinking about it, the Dark Emperor felt that Ningyu's words were reasonable. "How about this? I'll go find out where the headquarters of the corpse sect is. When I find it, I'll come back to find you." "Dark Emperor, don't act rashly," Ningyu said. "The corpse sect has many experts. Don't be stupid. If you get caught, I'll have to think of a way to save you." "Ha! It's not that easy to catch the great heaven-devouring dog clan." With a laugh, the Dark Emperor's eyes turned cold. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space in front of him, and he entered it in a flash. As expected of the Emperor of the heaven-devouring dog clan, he can already control space at the peak of the true martial realm. Logically speaking, only those who had reached the Yin-Yang realm would be able to control space slightly and grasp the surface of space. The Dark Emperor was only at the peak of the true martial realm, but he was so proficient in space. It was no wonder that Ningyu was shocked. In his previous life, even with his talent, he could only control space when he was at the peak of the origin core realm. Compared to the Dark Emperor, he could only be considered mediocre. Teisho Kenpo. Just as the Dark Emperor left, Ningyu took out the broken soul sword and slowly injected his essence into it. He began to cultivate the third move of the supreme 9 pure sword art, Teisho Kenpo. Right now, he had only cultivated the Teisho Kenpo to the realm of initial success, and there were still more than 10 days before the Frozen Caves assessment. For Ningyu, 10 days was enough for him to cultivate Teisho Kenpo to the realm of mastery. 3 days later, Ningyu cultivated Teisho Kenpo to the peak of initial success. 5 days later, the Teisho Kenpo reached the mastery stage. 10 days later, Ningyu had cultivated Teisho Kenpo to the limit, reaching the peak of perfection. Explode. His eyes flashed, and the origin energy in a cyclone surged, pouring into the absolute soul sword. With the point of the sword, Ningyu let out a low roar, and the origin energy in the room immediately went berserk. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, a few muffled explosions of origin energy could be heard. A monstrous wave of origin energy flashed and instantly dissipated. The power of the third move of the supreme 9 pure sword art is already so strong. If I cultivate the sixth move, wouldn't I be able to fight against a true martial realm martial artist while in the Xiantian realm? Now that Ningyu had grasped the cultivation technique of the first 6 moves of the supreme 9 pure sword art, if he could completely cultivate them, his strength would skyrocket to an extremely terrifying level. But Ningyu knew that with the density of the origin energy in his cyclone, it was impossible for him to successfully cultivate the 4th move of the supreme 9 pure sword art. Even so, Ningyu was very satisfied. He kept the absolute soul sword and muttered, "With my strength, I should be able to rank in the top 100 of the Great Xia Kingdom's Xiantian realm ranking." The Xiantian realm ranking was published by the royal family of the Great Xia Kingdom, and it only recorded the top 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists. The Xiantian realm ranking was updated once a month, and the royal family of the Great Xia Kingdom did not announce the ranking to the public. However, some people speculated that the royal family of the Great Xia Kingdom did not know the ranking of the Xiantian realm ranking, and they were only responsible for publishing it. Every month, someone would send the Xiantian realm ranking to the royal family, and they would then print it and distribute it to all the cities. Compared to the big cities of the Great Xia Kingdom, Tianxian City was just a small place, and there was not a single martial artist on the Xiantian realm ranking. The reason why Ningyu judged that he could rank in the top 100 of the Xiantian realm ranking was because a few years ago, a martial artist ranked 50th on the Xiantian realm had defeated a martial artist at the complete Xiantian realm when he was only at the Xiantian realm. From this, Ningyu deduced that his strength could at least rank in the top 100 of the Xiantian realm ranking. Spirit transformation art. With a thought, Ningyu recalled the mental cultivation method of the 3rd level of the spirit transformation art in his mind, and started cultivating. He had already cultivated the supreme 9 purities sword skill to the 3rd form, Teisho Kenpo, and the netherworld Samsara Palm to the 3rd form, Nether Fiend. It was basically impossible for him to cultivate these 2 martial skills to the 4th form in a short period of time. There were still 3 days before the icy cave assessment, and Ningyu naturally would not waste this time. With a thought, he started cultivating the spirit transformation art. Now that his soul force had reached the 4th grade, he could already cultivate the 3rd level of the spirit transformation art. If he could successfully cultivate the 3rd level of the spirit transformation art, Ningyu was confident that he could reach the middle stage of the Xiantian realm within a month. This was because the absorption speed of the 3rd level of the spirit transformation art was very abnormal. So abnormal that a piece of high-grade yuan crystal would only need a moment to be completely absorbed. Tianxian City, Elixir Dragon Valley. After a period of time, there was finally another matter that became the focus of everyone's discussion. That was the icy cave assessment. Compared to the icy cave assessment competition, the icy cave assessment was much more important. This was because the icy cave assessment would be hosted by someone from Danwu College. As long as one passed the icy cave assessment, there would be a high chance of entering Danwu College. The previous few icy cave assessment spots were divided among the 4 big families of Tianxian City. This time, the Ning family alone took up 8 spots. As for the remaining 2 spots, the Wangs and the Zhao family each had 1. As for the Lin family that was about to become the overlord of Tianxian City, they did not get a single spot. At this time, in a restaurant in Tianxian City, a few martial artists were having a discussion. "Big brother, what kind of person do you think this Ningyu is? Why is he ranked 1,000th on the innate realm battle roll? How could he squeeze you out of the top 1,000? In the lobby, a 25-year-old martial artist was full of anger. "In my opinion, there must be a problem with the innate realm battle roll. How could a martial artist from such a small place enter the top 1,000 of the innate realm battle roll?" Another martial artist was equally angry. Waving her hand, Chao Shuang said calmly, "The innate realm battle roll has its own reasons. It would not put a martial artist in the top 1,000 for no reason. Big brother, since we are passing by Tianxian City this time, why don't we go and meet that Ningyu?" The first martial artist suggested. Chao Shuang frowned slightly and said, "That's a good idea. Anyway, there is still some time before the second assessment of Danwu College. Let's go and spar with Ningyu." Chapter 91. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Early in the morning, Ningyu tidied himself up and went to the clan meeting hall. Inside the hall, Ning Xian and the other 6 youths who were going to participate in the frozen cave assessment sat respectfully on 2 sides. Just as he entered the hall, Ning Yu's expression changed, and he was somewhat shocked. This was because he discovered that the 7 youths in the hall had all advanced to the Hotian stage. Ning Xian's cultivation had even soared to the late Hotian stage, advancing from the early Hotian stage to the late Hotian stage in a month's time. Even in the capital, there were not many with this kind of talent. Just as Ningyu was slightly shocked, a middle-aged man walked in from the back door of the meeting hall. First elder, seeing the middle-aged man, Ningyu frowned and asked, "Where's my father?" "Ningyu, your father is busy. I will lead the team for the frozen cave assessment." Waving his hand, Ning Tang said, "There's no time to lose. Let's hurry to the mysterious Sky City Plaza." Although he was somewhat puzzled, Ningyu did not ask any questions. Instead, he followed Ning Tang and the rest and hurried towards the mysterious Sky City Plaza. Lin Jun, the Ning family has taken up 8 spots for the frozen cave assessment. If we do this, will there be any slip-ups? In the mysterious Sky City Plaza, Wang Qinian slightly frowned and asked, "That's right, Lin Jun. The Ning family has taken up 8 spots. If we insist on saying that they only have 1 spot, the consequences will be unthinkable if the people from Danwu College find out." Beside him, Zhao Lai was also somewhat worried. "Oof, I see that the longer you live, the more you regress. The stronger you are, the more cowardly you become." With a cold snort, Lin Jun said, "After a period of development, the strength of our 3 families has already skyrocketed to a frightening level. Furthermore, the 2 of you have successfully reached the peak of the late Xiantian stage. You're only 1 step away from the perfect Xiantian stage. What is there to worry about? Besides, as long as the 3 of us insist that the Ning family only has 1 candidate, I believe that the people from Danwu College won't say anything." But Wang Qinian and Zhao Lai were still a little worried. They used the remaining 500,000 high-grade origin crystals to buy magic treasures and medicinal pills. Among them, they bought dozens of soul-condensing pills, ranging from low-grade to supreme-grade. With the help of the essence-condensing pill, their cultivation had smoothly advanced to the late stage of the Xiantian realm, even reaching the peak of the late stage of the Xiantian realm. Although his strength had been enhanced, Wang Qinian was still worried and asked, "Is there any news from Ninghai?" At the mention of Ninghai, Lin Jun's face grew solemn as well. In a low voice, he said, "According to accurate information, Ninghai entered the mountain range of magical beasts a week ago, and there has been no news of him since. Don't worry, a rank 6 four-eyed golden crystal beast is not easy to deal with. Ninghai will not be able to return this time. That being said, we still have to be on guard." Wang Qinian said, "We can first launch a probing attack on the Ning family and see their attitude." "All right, let's focus on the icy cave test now." Nodding, Lin Jun said. After 2 weeks of development, Lin Jun's ambition was no longer limited to dominating Tianxin City. He wanted to expand outwards. In the Dixia Kingdom, if a family wanted to expand outwards, it was destined to be difficult without a backer. Therefore, Lin Jun and the others wanted to take a risk and snatch the icy cave test spot that originally belonged to the Ning family. As long as someone from the family successfully entered Danwu College, they could expand outwards without restraint and snatch resources. "Brother Zhao, Brother Wang, I hope that you will take care of us for the icy cave test." At the side of the plaza, Lin Xiao from the Lin family cupped his fists and said, "Brother Lin has a heavenly talent. After entering Danwu College, the 2 of us will have to look up to Brother Lin." Zhao Xian and Wang Tao did not dare to be negligent and quickly said, "Lin Xiao, a newly promoted genius warrior of the Lin family. In the past, he had always been suppressed by Lin Feng's halo. In addition, he was unable to obtain any resources, so he did not attract the attention of the Lin family's upper echelons. After Lin Feng died in battle, Lin Xiao suddenly rose. In a short 2 weeks, his cultivation advanced from the peak of body tempering stage to the advanced stage of the Hodian realm. This level of talent was not inferior to the previous Lin Feng. He well said. The corner of Lin Zhao's mouth curled up as he said, "We are all warriors of Tianxian City. We should help each other." Xiao. At this moment, Ning Tang led the younger generation of the Ning family to the Tianxian Plaza. Upon seeing Ning Tang appear, Lin Zhen, Wang Qinian, and the rest exchanged glances. Soon after, they rose from the ground and landed beside Ning Tang. "Ning Tang, where's Ning Hai?" Lin Zhen asked first. "Patriarch has something to do. This time, I will lead the team," Ning Tang said indifferently. The icy cave test doesn't seem to have a rule that the Patriarch must lead the team, right? Hee, of course there's no rule. With a slight smile, Lin Zhen's gaze slowly swept across the people behind Ning Tang. Suddenly, Lin Zhen's expression changed because he saw a familiar figure, Ningyu. "Ningyu, why are you here?" Staring at Ningyu, Lin Zhen's face was filled with disbelief. The assassin pavilion had dispatched a team of bronze plate assassins, 8 Xiantian full circle, and a true martial realm warrior. How could they not be able to kill Ningyu? Hearing Lin Zhen's words, Ningyu raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "The Tianxian Plaza is not your Lin family's territory. Whether I come or not, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you." "Good, very good." Clenching his fists, Lin Zhen said coldly, "I hope you can still be so calm later." If it was in the past, Lin Zhen would have directly attacked Ningyu and suppressed him. After learning about Ningyu's powerful performance in Elixir Dragon Valley, he did not dare to act rashly, even though he had advanced to Xiantian full circle. Cough, cough. Seeing Lin Zhen's angry look, Ningyu's eyes darted around and he coughed twice. Soul power surged on his face, causing his face to look a little pale. Swoosh! Seeing Ningyu's appearance, Lin Zhen's face lit up. Immediately, he shot a look at Wang Qinian and Zhao Lai. Wang Qinian and the others understood and immediately moved to block Ning Tang's path. "What are you trying to do?" The sudden change caused Ning Tang to be a little puzzled. Immediately after, his expression changed drastically and he bellowed, "Lin Zhen, if you dare to hurt a single hair on Ningyu, the family head will not let you off." "Ha ha ha, Ning Tang, don't be so anxious. I just want to have a spar with Ningyu." Laughing loudly, Lin Zhen's body surged with yuan qi and gathered on his fist. He threw a punch, bringing with it a violent gust of primordial qi. His body charged straight at Ningyu. The reason why Lin Zhen dared to attack Ningyu was because he judged that Ningyu was already seriously injured and his current strength was definitely not at its peak. Now that Ning Hai was not in Tianxian City, this was a good opportunity to kill Ningyu. Even if he could not kill Ningyu, he would cripple his cultivation. Therefore, Lin Zhen used almost all his strength in this punch and did not hold back at all. Sha. Chapter 92. What? Lin Zhen has attacked Ningyu. Why is Lin Zhen so powerful? His cultivation base has probably reached the peak of the late Xiantian stage. Whoa! Lin Zhen's sudden attack caused a huge uproar in the mysterious Tianxian Square, causing many cultivators to break out into heated discussions. This time, their focus was no longer on whether Ningyu could block Lin Zhen's powerful attack. But how did Lin Zhen become so powerful? One must know that Lin Zhen's cultivation base was only at the mid-Xiantian stage a month ago. Now, the strength he displayed was infinitely close to the full Xiantian stage. Netherworld Samsara Palm. Guming. In the face of Lin Zhen's powerful punch, Ningyu's expression was calm, without the slightest hint of nervousness. He waved his palm in the air and pushed it out. Soon after, a palm containing boundless yuan energy flew out. It made a turn in the air and met Lin Zhen's fist head-on. "Ningyu, I really admire you for being able to remain calm at a time like this." The corners of Lin Zhen's lips curled up as his fist rapidly flew out and collided with the illusory palm. Crack! However, just as his fist collided with Ningyu's palm, Lin Jun's expression changed. This was because he could sense a trace of trembling that originated from the depths of his soul from the palm. Deceiving. With a low roar, Lin Jun's body sped up once again. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Ningyu. His fist carried a violent gust of wind as it fiercely smashed towards the latter's head. Netherworld Samsara Palm, Serene Fiend. The corners of Ningyu's lips curled up as his grade 4 soul force surged. Another palm was thrown out, this one aimed at Lin Jun from an extremely tricky angle. Child's play. With a cold snort, Lin Jun casually threw out a punch to block Yusha's attack. Yusha's palm was extremely fast, and his soul force fluctuations were not obvious, so it created a false impression for Lin Jun. The Nether Fiend did not have much power. However, a split second later, Lin Jun's expression changed drastically as he regretted his carelessness, because the punch that he casually threw out was like paper in front of Yusha, and it was quickly destroyed. In the next moment, under his horrified gaze, Yusha slammed into his chest. Xiantian Yuan Qi Wave. At this critical moment, Lin Jun hurriedly stretched his hand into his robe and then suddenly threw it out. Suddenly, a wave of Yuan Qi light swept towards Ningyu. Heaven Fiend Sword Wave. Facing the innate vital energy wave, Ningyu's mind moved, and the soul-breaking sword appeared in his hand. With a slash of his sword, a piercingly cold sword light appeared. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the innate chi wave was ruthlessly dispersed. Pucci. Although the innate vital energy wave withstood Ningyu's attack, Lin Jun had already suffered from Yusha's attack. At this moment, his breathing was a little chaotic, and his soul had suffered serious injuries. Compared to the Assassination Pavilion's Xiantian full circle martial artist, Lin Jun's strength was much weaker. Against a Xiantian full circle martial artist like Lin Jun, Ningyu did not need to use his full strength. Swish! Silence, silence. The entire Tianxian square became incomparably silent. Not a single sound could be heard. No one expected that the situation would develop in such a dramatic way. After a while, the silence was finally broken. What? Lin Jun lost? Is Ningyu still human? He actually defeated Lin Jun. From the strength that Ningyu displayed just now, his cultivation should have advanced to the Xiantian stage. He must have advanced to the Xiantian stage. Otherwise, what's the difference between a Haute Eon stage and a Xiantian late stage, or even a Xiantian full circle martial artist like Lin Jun and a monster? Many martial artists were discussing loudly, and they did not bother to conceal it. When it reached Lin Jun's ears, he felt a pain in his chest. Once again, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was a little pale. This time, he had lost a lot of face. Originally, he wanted to kill Ningyu, or at least cripple Ningyu's cultivation. Now, forget about killing Ningyu. He was almost killed by Ningyu. Lin Jun could imagine that in the future, he would become the target of ridicule in Tianxian City. Ningyu, I will definitely kill you. Clenching his fists, Lin Jun's face was full of viciousness. Swish! Swish! Seeing that Lin Jun was injured, Wang Qinian and Zhao Lai flashed and landed in front of Lin Jun. Zhao family head, the Wang family head, could it be that you want to have a spar with me? Raising his eyebrows, Ningyu released the Yuan Qi from one of the cyclones, forming a small Yuan Qi light wave around him. Swoosh! Feeling the strong Yuan Qi wave around Ningyu, Wang Qinian and Zhao Lai's faces turned extremely gloomy, and they could not help but take a few steps back. Could it be that he has advanced to the Xiantian full circle? The same thought emerged in the minds of Wang Qinian and Zhao Lai at the same time. After all, the Yuan Qi intensity around Ningyu was not inferior to theirs. Both of them were at the peak of the Xiantian late stage. Did that mean that Ningyu had advanced to the Xiantian full circle? Thinking of this, Wang Qinian and Zhao Lai's faces turned even gloomier. At the same time, a sense of powerlessness engulfed their bodies. Ningyu, I did not expect you to become so powerful. With a gloomy face, Lin Jun pushed Wang Qinian and Zhao Lai away and said in a low voice, "I admit that I have underestimated you. You are qualified to be my opponent." Shrugging his shoulders, Ningyu said faintly, "I'm sorry, but you are not qualified to be my opponent." "Lad, if he is not qualified to be your opponent, do I?" Just as Ningyu finished his sentence, a slightly arrogant voice suddenly rang out in the Tianxin Square. Immediately, a figure flew in from the entrance of the Tianxin Square and appeared in front of Ningyu in an instant. With a punch, a faint fluctuation of yuan energy appeared on it as it ruthlessly smashed towards Ningyu's chest. Faced with this sudden attack, Ningyu's pupils shrank. The yuan energy within the two cyclones surged out and gathered on his fist. In the next moment, a fist that also contained a powerful fluctuation of yuan energy abruptly shot out. The powerful energy ripples even caused the surrounding air to be compressed and dispersed. Bang! Two powerful yuan energy ripples swept across the sky above the Tianxin Square. The practitioners in the Tianxin Square all had their mouths agape as they looked at the two powerful yuan energy ripples in the sky. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the two fists collided violently. Bang! After the fists collided, a low muffled sound rang out as a brilliant light exploded. Frightening yuan qi fluctuations swept out. Even the martial artists below were affected. Some of the martial artists who were closer were pushed back several feet before they could stabilize themselves. Swish! At this moment, Ningyu's body was also pushed back, only coming to a stop when he reached the edge of the Tianxin Square. As for the other figure, he landed steadily on the high platform of the Tianxin Square. He looked at Ningyu with a slightly solemn expression. Clearly, he was also shocked by Ningyu's powerful punch. Lin Jingtian. Chapter 93. Ningyu, I wonder if I can be your opponent. On the high platform, Lin Jingtian was expressionless as he said in a low voice, "You don't even know how to control your temper at such a young age. When you leave Tianxin City in the future, you will definitely suffer. Fine, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Ninghai." Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jingtian stomped on the ground and dashed towards Ningyu. Through that move, Lin Jingtian could tell that Ningyu's true strength was at the innate realm full completion. He could even go toe-to-toe with an early-stage real martial realm martial artist. He was so powerful at such a young age. In a few years, there would be no place for the Lin family in Tianxin City. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of Ninghai's absence to kill Ningyu. Middle stage real martial realm. Looking at the approaching Lin Jingtian, Ningyu's face darkened. He held the soul-breaking sword in front of him and injected the yuan qi from the cyclone. Teisho Kenpo. With a low roar, just as Ningyu was about to display his Teisho Kenpo, his expression changed and he retreated. Whoosh! As Ningyu retreated, a powerful fist appeared in front of Lin Jingtian. Lin Jingtian looked on in shock as his fist collided with Ningyu's. Bang! After the blow, Lin Jingtian's body flew backwards and landed heavily on the ground. Swoosh! Standing up abruptly, Lin Jingtian looked at the figure on the high platform and shouted, "May I know who you are? Why did you attack me?" On the high platform, a middle-aged man stood with a gloomy expression. Hearing Lin Jingtian's words, the middle-aged man glared at him. Suddenly, a purplish-red ray of light appeared in his eyes and rushed towards Lin Jingtian. Soul power. Looking at the purplish-red ray of light, Ningyu was shocked. Others might not know what the purplish-red ray of light was, but he knew that it was soul power. Moreover, the strength of that soul power was at least at the 5th grade. In other words, the middle-aged man on the high platform had an extremely strong soul power. Pucci. Just as Ningyu was in shock, Lin Jingtian suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. Danwu College's examination elder, Han Feng. After repelling Lin Jingtian, the middle-aged man on the high platform no longer looked at him. Instead, he slowly swept his gaze across the Tianxian Square and said, I will be in charge of the Ice Cave assessment in Tianxian City this time. Hua! Han Feng's words caused Lin Jingtian's face to turn ashen. Although he was furious, he didn't dare to show it. How could he offend an elder of Danwu College? Even if he had 8 times the guts, he wouldn't dare. Everyone who is participating in the icy cave test stand on the high platform, Han Feng said without looking at Lin Jingtian. Hearing this, Ning Yu took a step forward and led the other 7 young warriors of the Ning family onto the high platform. On the other side, Zhao Xian and Wang Tao also slowly walked onto the high platform. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Jun. After receiving a confirmation from Lin Jun, his figure flashed, and he jumped onto the high platform. Seeing the 11 young warriors on the high platform, Han Feng frowned and said, If I remember correctly, there should only be 10 slots for the assessment in Tianxian City, right? Why are there 11 warriors here? His eyes lit up. Lin Jun hurriedly said, Elder Han, there are indeed only 10 slots for the assessment in Icy Cave. Among them, the Ning family performed well and obtained 7 slots. The rest, the Lin family, Zhao family, and the Wangs each obtained 1. Just as Lin Jun opened his mouth, Ning Yu's face darkened. He didn't expect Lin Jun to be so insidious, lying through his teeth. However, Ning Yu didn't point it out, nor did he refute it. I don't care how the slots were allocated. All I know is that only 10 people are allowed to enter the icy cave at a time. Waving his hand, Han Feng said, The extra warrior, I'm giving you a chance now. Go down by yourself. If you don't go down, I will challenge the authority of Danwu College. On the high platform, Lin Xiao was a little nervous. Even his palms were sweating. Challenging the authority of Danwu College was a crime he couldn't afford. Slightly turning his body, Lin Xiao looked at Lin Jun. Although he wanted to admit it, as a warrior of the Lin family, he didn't dare to leave the high platform before getting an affirmative answer from Lin Jun. Gritting his teeth, Lin Jun turned his head away and didn't look at Lin Xiao. In Lin Jun's opinion, this might be the best chance to take down Ning Yu. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't get another one. At that time, the Zhao family and the Wangs would insist that the Ning family only had 7 slots. Even if Han Feng got angry, he would vent his anger on the Ning family. No one is admitting it. Good, very good, very good. After a while, seeing that no one had left the high platform, Han Feng smiled and said, Since you guys aren't willing to admit it, there's no need for the icy cave test this time. I hereby announce that no one has passed the icy cave test in Tianxian City. Swoosh! Han Feng's words were completely out of Lin Jun's expectation. His mouth opened slightly, and he was speechless. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. This inning might be the best for him, because in this case, Ning Yu wouldn't be able to enter Danwu College. As long as Ning Yu didn't enter Danwu College, he would have many opportunities to kill Ning Yu. Elder Han. Lin Jun was satisfied with this ending, but Ning Yu wasn't. He took a step forward, pointed at Lin Xiao, and said, He's the extra martial artist. Han Feng was about to leave, but seeing Ning Yu's action, he stopped. You said he's the extra martial artist. What evidence do you have? Elder Han, I don't have any evidence. Shaking his head, Ning Yu said, Hee, without evidence. How can I believe what you say? Han Feng smiled and looked at Ning Yu with interest. Actually, Han Feng had arrived at Tianxian Square a long time ago. He had seen the battle between Ning Yu and Lin Jun, as well as how he resisted Lin Jingtian's attack. Based on his spiritual perception, which was unique to a 5th-tier alchemist, he could tell that Ning Yu's spiritual strength was not weak. Moreover, Ning Yu gave him a vague feeling, making him unable to see through him. Elder Han, Lin Xiao is from the Lin family. Even if I show them any evidence, they will refute it. Glancing at Lin Jun, Ning Yu said, Elder Han, you can't listen to Ning Yu's lies. Lin Jun was afraid that the matter would be exposed, so he hurriedly said, The Ning family is not satisfied with obtaining 7 spots for the Frozen Caves assessment. They actually wanted to snatch our Lin family's assessment spot. Otherwise, I wouldn't have attacked them. Next to him, Zhao Lai and Wang Qinian also added, Elder Han, Lin Jun's words are all true. We can testify. After a short pause, Han Feng said, "There's no need to explain so much. Since your two families have different opinions, I will give you a fair chance. Each family will send out a young martial artist to participate in the martial battle and alchemy battle. The family that loses will automatically withdraw from the Frozen Caves assessment." Swoosh! Han Feng's words made Lin Zhun's heart sink. His face was like a pig's liver, extremely ugly. Chapter 94. Elder Han, we, the Ning family, have no objections. Taking a step forward, Ningyu said, "As for the younger generation warriors sent by the Ning family, I will take their place. Elder Han, we, the Lin family, choose to withdraw," Lin Zhun said bitterly, his face pale. Originally, he thought that Han Feng would believe him if the three families agreed. Who would have thought that Han Feng would propose such a method? Ningyu was not only highly skilled in martial arts, but his talent in alchemy was also one of the best in Tianxin City. None of the younger generation warriors in Tianxin City could surpass him in these two aspects. Oof! How dare you? Han Feng snorted and scolded. The Danwu College's assessment is sacred. Whoever dares to obstruct us is challenging the authority of Danwu College. Thump! Trembling, Lin Zhun knelt on the ground and said in horror, "Elder Han, the Ning family has 8 spots for the assessment. The Zhao family and the Wangs have 1 each. As for the Lin family, there were originally a few." Waving his hand, Han Feng interrupted Lin Zhun and said, "I don't want to know anything else. Since you broke the rules, you should be aware of it and cancel the Lin family's assessment for the next 3 years." Hearing this, Lin Zhun was dumbfounded and stood rooted to the ground. This time, he had really outsmarted himself. He went for wool and came home shorn. It was as if he had eaten **T. The Icy Cave is in the magical Beast Mountain range. Follow me to the Icy Cave. Jumping off the high platform, Han Feng walked out of the Tianxin Square. "Brother Shuang, this Ningyu is so strong." At the edge of the Tianxin Square, a few young warriors gathered together. One of them, about 24-25 years old, said, "Lin Zhun has the cultivation of the innate complete realm, but Ningyu could actually defeat him." Chao Shuang said, "Defeating Lin Zhun is nothing. He's just a warrior who has just reached the consummate Xiantian realm. The key is that old man. If I am not mistaken, he is in the middle stage of the true martial realm. It is not easy for Ningyu to block one move from him. With my current strength, under the premise that I don't use my trump card, it will be difficult for me to block a move from a martial artist in the middle stage of the true martial realm." "Brother Shuang, do you mean to say that Ningyu is stronger than you?" The 24-25-year-old martial artist had a look of disbelief on his face as he asked in surprise. "Do you have a pig brain?" A martial artist at the side said, "Once Brother Shuang uses his trump card, even 10 Ningyus wouldn't be his match. Let's go. Let's make a trip to the magical Beast Mountain range as well." Waving her hand, Chao Shuang started walking toward the exit of the mysterious Sky Plaza. "I didn't expect Ningyu to be so strong. No wonder the Patriarch told me not to worry when he left." Looking at Ningyu's departing figure, Ning Tang took a deep breath and quickly left the mysterious Sky Plaza. Now that Ning Hai was not in mysterious Sky City, he had to deal with all the matters of the Ning family, big or small. In addition, the Patriarch was a little injured. Before Ning Hai returned, he had to stabilize the Ning family and ensure that this ship did not sink. "Ningyu!" Lin Zhun clenched his fists, his face full of malice, and said in a deep voice, "Zhao Lai, Wang Qinian, go back and prepare. It's time to let the Ning family know the strength of our 3 families." "Lin Zhun, isn't this a little too rushed?" Slightly frowning, Zhao Lai had a worried look on his face. After all, if Ningyu were to participate in the Icy Cave assessment, and if he passed and gained Han Feng's appreciation, it would mean that the Ning family had gained the support of Danwu College. Making a move against the Ning family at this juncture was no different from pulling a tooth out of Tiger's mouth. No, once Ningyu passes the Icy Cave assessment, he will immediately follow Han Feng to another assessment location. He will not return to Mysterious Sky City. With an evil smile, Lin Jun said ruthlessly, "We have to seize this opportunity. While Ning Hai is not back and Ning Yu is participating in the assessment, we have to give the Ning family a heavy blow." "All right, we'll listen to you." Since they were already in the same boat as Lin Jun, Wang Qinian and Zhao Lai had no choice but to agree with Lin Jun's decision. After all, the Lin family still had Lin Jingtian, who was in the middle stage of the martial realm. After Han Feng brought Ning Yu and the others out of mysterious Sky City, they stopped. Whoosh! Han Feng made a gesture towards the sky, and immediately a cry came from the sky. A huge black-feathered eagle descended from the sky, its wings spread open. It was at least a dozen meters long, and it was extremely shocking. The black eagle is a late-stage, third-rank demonic beast, and its battle strength is comparable to a Xiantian great perfection martial artist. It was actually subdued by Elder Han, Zhao Xian said while trembling. Wang Tao also said while trembling, "It is said that the black eagle has an extremely bad temper and likes to eat human flesh." Hearing their words, the young martial artist of the Ning family took a step back and leaned behind Ning Yu. On the other hand, Ning Yu was very calm. Although the black eagle was a late-stage third-rank demonic beast, he was not afraid. At this moment, Han Feng said, "Everyone, get on the back of the black eagle. We're going to the icy cave now." Ning Yu was calm. With a leap, he was the first to jump on the back of the black eagle. Screech! Feeling a martial artist stepping on its back, the black eagle let out a long screech towards the sky. Its entire body emitted an aura, wanting to shake off Ning Yu. Seeing the situation, Han Feng did not stop it. Instead, he wanted to see how Ning Yu would deal with the current situation. Humph! With a cold snort, Ning Yu gathered his soul power on his palm and slapped it out, hitting the black eagle's wing. Screech! Just as his palm hit the black eagle's wing, the black eagle let out two soft screeches and became obedient. Soul power! Seeing Ning Yu's actions, Han Feng's brows twitched and a hint of shock appeared on his face. With his keen senses, he was naturally able to capture some clues. Just now, there was actually a wisp of soul power that entered the black eagle's wing through Ning Yu's palm, causing the black eagle to become docile and obedient. Wow, Big Brother Ning Yu is really amazing. Even the black eagle was subdued by him. Of course, Big Brother Ning Yu is the best. Let's go up too. Ning Xian and the rest looked at Ning Yu with faces full of admiration. Then, with a leap, they jumped onto the black eagle's back. "Let's go." Zhao Xian and Wang Tao clenched their teeth and jumped up. Swoosh! However, before Zhao Xian and Wang Tao could stabilize themselves on the black eagle's back, the black eagle suddenly flapped its wings and flung them down, causing them to fall flat on their faces. "You!" After climbing up from the ground, Zhao Xian pointed at Ning Yu and said, "Why did you instigate the black eagle to attack us? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Ning Yu's face turned cold, and he said in a low voice, "If you dare to frame me again, don't blame me for being impolite. All right, stop arguing." With a flash, Han Feng grabbed Zhao Xian and Wang Tao and placed them on the black eagle's back. Then, he said, "Sit tight. The black eagle's speed is very fast. We will arrive at the ice cave in about 2 hours." Wah! In the next instant, the black eagle soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it was far away, flying towards the depths of the magical Beast Mountain range. The black eagle's speed was extremely fast. In a mere 10 minutes, it had already entered the depths of the magical Beast Mountain range. Roar! 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 However, just at this moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. Screech! Chapter 95. Fire Cloud Leopard. Han Feng's expression changed as he stroked the black eagle with his right hand to calm it down. "Wait here and don't go anywhere." Han Feng let out a low cry. Immediately, he leaped down from the back of the black eagle and charged into the distance. It's a fire cloud leopard. Ning Yu's eyes narrowed as his expression turned solemn. The fire cloud leopard was a 4th-rank demonic beast and its strength was comparable to an early-stage true martial realm martial artist. Originally, with Han Feng's strength, he could even contend with a late-stage 4th-rank demonic beast. But this time, it wasn't just one fire cloud leopard, but a pack. There were more than 10 of them. Boom! At this moment, Han Feng and the fire cloud leopard were already exchanging blows. The powerful Yuan Qi caused the surrounding trees to snap in half. Roar! A fire cloud leopard roared into the sky and suddenly sped up, using its sharp claws to claw at Han Feng's chest. The claws of the fire cloud leopard were as sharp as iron hooks. Their claws could easily pierce through a low-grade mystic class artifact. Bastard! Han Feng's eyes turned cold as he punched out to meet the fire cloud leopard's claws. The powerful energy in Han Feng's fist caused the fire cloud leopard to panic. Seeing the panic in the fire cloud leopard's eyes, Han Feng sped up and dodged its sharp claws, then fiercely smashed toward its head. Bang! Han Feng's fist landed squarely on the fire cloud leopard's head. The huge impact pushed the fire cloud leopard back several feet. It's indeed a fire cloud leopard. To be able to withstand 50% of my strength and not die. Han Feng retreated slightly in shock. He had used 50% of his strength in that punch, and it had landed on the weakest part of the fire cloud leopard's head, but still did not die. The fire cloud leopard's defense was shocking. The fire cloud leopard is a 4th-rank demonic beast. It shouldn't appear here. Han Feng frowned and mumbled. Could it be that there's something wrong with the forbidden area of the magical beast mountain range? Although there were many demonic beasts in the magical beast mountain range, in all these years, there had never been any news of a rank 4 demonic beast appearing. Of course, the riot 18 years ago did not count. Han Feng knew very well that it wasn't that the magical beast mountain range didn't have any rank 4 demonic beasts. It was because all the demonic beasts above rank 4 were in the forbidden grounds and wouldn't easily leave. Encountering a group of fire cloud leopards here meant that there was a problem with the forbidden grounds. Roar! The remaining dozen or so fire cloud leopards let out a loud roar toward the sky when they saw their companion defeated. They charged toward Han Feng in an orderly manner. Humph! Since you've left the forbidden area, don't blame me. With a cold snort, Han Feng unleashed his powerful aura and threw out several punches at the fire cloud leopard. Han Feng was in the late stage of the true martial realm, and his strength was extremely powerful. The reason why he was unable to kill the fire cloud leopard in one strike was because he had not used his full strength. He had only used 50% of his strength. Now that he had used his full strength, the weather suddenly changed and the sky changed color. So this is the strength of the late stage of the true martial realm. From afar, Ning Yu's eyes narrowed as he felt the majestic Yuan Qi fluctuation around Han Feng. He was shocked. With his current overall strength, he could easily defeat a Xiantian full-cycle martial artist. He could contend with a true martial realm martial artist, and if he caught them off guard, he could even kill them. As for a true martial realm martial artist, even if he only used 50% of his strength, he could still kill him effortlessly. Roar! At the same time, the dozen or so fire cloud leopards felt the powerful energy contained in the punches and let out a loud roar to dispel the fear in their hearts. Bang! 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 However, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how many roars they made, it was useless. A series of crisp sounds could be heard as the dozen or so fire cloud leopards were blown back like sieves. Looks like the icy cave assessment this time is a little unusual. After repelling the dozen or so fire cloud leopards, Han Feng stood on the spot with a worried expression. The icy cave was located at the periphery of the magic beast mountain range and was very close to it. In the previous icy cave assessments, there had never been any problems, but this time, a 4th-ranked demonic beast had appeared. From this, it could be seen that the icy cave assessment this time was unusual. At this moment, Han Feng even wanted to bring Ning Yu and the rest back to Tianxian City and give up on the icy cave assessment this time. However, When he thought of the other elders of Donwu College who would also bring the assessment participants to the icy cave, his worry was slightly alleviated. The icy cave was an assessment location set up by Donwu College in Tianxian City. It did not mean that only people from Tianxian City were allowed to participate in the assessment, but with Tianxian City as the center, martial artists from the surrounding dozens of cities would come. Han Feng was the person in charge of the icy cave assessment this time, and his cultivation was in the late stage of the true martial realm. The other people in charge of the icy cave assessment in dozens of cities were in the middle stage of the Xiantian stage to the Xiantian full cycle. Forget it. Let's continue forward. With a grave expression, Han Feng turned his head around, intending to return to the back of the Black Eagle. However, just as he turned his head around, his expression changed drastically. Both his legs kicked the ground, and his body darted out in an instant. This was because a fire cloud leopard had unknowingly appeared in front of the Black Eagle and was now confronting it. One had to know that there were 10 icy cave assessment participants on the back of the Black Eagle. If anything went wrong, even if he was the person in charge of the icy cave assessment, he would not be able to bear the responsibility. Facing the powerful fire cloud leopard, the pressure that came from the depths of the soul caused the Black Eagle to tremble with fear. If not for Ning Yu's constant reassurance, it would have definitely turned around and fled. Swoosh! Finally, the fire cloud leopard no longer confronted the Black Eagle. Instead, it leaped and suddenly rushed out. Damn it! Ning Yu cursed under his breath, and the soul-severing sword appeared in his hand. Teisho Kenpo. As the sword stabbed out, there was a slight tremor in the void, and a buzzing sound could be heard. In the next moment, a sword wave that contained powerful energy blasted towards the fire cloud leopard at an extremely shocking speed. Roar! With an angry roar, the fire cloud leopard spat out a mouthful of red flames to meet the sword radiance. Chi-chi! The flames and the sword radiance collided, and a sizzling sound could be heard. Immediately after, Ning Yu suddenly rushed out from the back of the Black Eagle and waved the soul-severing sword repeatedly. In an instant, several sword radiances slashed out and formed a sword radiance array in front of him. Go! With a point of his finger, several sword radiances swept out and surrounded the fire cloud leopard from all directions. Seeing the sword radiances that Ning Yu slashed out, Han Feng's speeding body slowed down slightly. This was because he could feel a very powerful wave of primordial qi from the sword radiances. The strength of the primordial qi contained in each sword radiance has probably reached the Xiantian full completion. With a sparkle in his eyes, Han Feng raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, "No wonder Elder Guan asked me to lead the assessment in the icy cave of Tianxian City." He said that there was a surprise. Chapter 96. Kill! As Ning Yu shouted, several sword rays slashed out, and the fire cloud leopard was horrified as they slammed into its body. Chi-chi-chi-chi-chi-chi. The sword projections were extremely fast and appeared in front of the fire cloud leopard in the blink of an eye before slashing its body. Roar! The fire cloud leopard let out an angry roar as it was struck by several sword rays. It stomped on the ground and roared as it charged at Ning Yu. Its defensive power is actually so shocking. Ning Yu already knew that the fire cloud leopard's defense was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Even his strongest move, the Teisho Kenpo, couldn't break through its defense. With a cold look in his eyes, Ning Yu's Yuan Qi whirled crazily. His fourth-grade soul force emerged and gathered on his fist. However, just as he was about to unleash the netherworld samsara palm, a thought passed through his mind, and he forcefully stopped. Xiao! The moment Ning Yu stopped, a shadow flashed past him and appeared beside the fire cloud leopard in the blink of an eye. A fist was thrown out and landed right on the fire cloud leopard's head. Bang! The enormous force caused the fire cloud leopard to fly back several meters. Elder Han, concealing his soul power, Ning Yu said calmly, "Let's go and try to reach the frost cave as soon as possible." After casually repelling the fire cloud leopard, Han Feng did not ask any questions. Instead, he leaped onto the back of the black eagle. Since Han Feng did not ask, Ningyu could not be bothered to explain. His figure flashed, and he similarly leaped onto the black eagle. Screech, letting out a long screech. The black hawk flapped its massive wings and flew deeper into the mountain range of magical beasts. Brother Ningyu, just how strong are you? On the back of the black hawk, Ning Xian's large eyes blinked, and she said in adoration, "If only I had half your powers." Hearing this, the rest of the younger generation of the Ning family looked at Ningyu. Just now, Ningyu's powerful attack had completely subdued them. Originally, they had already regarded Ningyu as their idol. After this battle, they worshipped Ningyu even more. At the side, Zhao Xian and Wang Tao glared at Ningyu viciously, their eyes filled with anger. 1 month ago, if they wanted to kill Ningyu, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Now, Ningyu had already grown to the extent that he was able to go against a martial artist at the consummate stage of the Xiantian realm. If they wanted to kill Ningyu again, it would be extremely difficult. At this time, I'm afraid the family has already made a move against the Ning family. Clenching his fists, Zhao Xian's lips curled into an evil smile. Although he was no match for Ningyu, in terms of family power, the current Zhao family was miles ahead of the Ning family. In the path of cultivation, one must take it one step at a time. Remember not to bite off more than you can chew, Ningyu said in a low voice. As long as all of you work hard in your cultivation, I believe it will not be long before you surpass me. Pursing her lips, Ning Xi nodded and said, I will work hard. Screech. At that moment, the black eagle cried out. Ningyu looked ahead and saw that about 1,000 meters away, there were 3 huge black eagles circling in the air. On the backs of the huge black eagles, there were also a group of martial artists. That is the team from Mingwang City who are here to take part in the Frozen Cave trial, Han Feng said when he saw Ningyu's puzzled expression. Mingwang City? Ningyu raised an eyebrow. Mingwang City was a city to the east of Tianxian City, and it was much bigger than Tianxian City. Let's speed up and catch up. Han Feng nodded and patted the black eagle. The black eagle flapped its wings and sped up. Soon, Ningyu and his team caught up with the team from Mingwang City. Elder Han. Seeing Han Feng, the 3 Danwu College elders flew down from the back of the black eagle. One of the Xiantian full realm elders took a step forward and said respectfully, I have something to report to you. Just now, we detected the aura of a 4th-order demonic beast. I already know about it. Waving his hand, Han Feng said softly, On the way here, I met more than 10 fire cloud leopards. Fire cloud leopards? Hearing that, the Danwu College elders' faces changed, and they could not help but shiver. They knew that the fire cloud leopards were 4th-order demonic beasts and were extremely powerful. If they were to encounter a fire cloud leopard, the consequences would be dire. After all, the 3 elders were only at the Xiantian full realm. If they were to encounter a fire cloud leopard, they would definitely die. Which city is that team from? What is the identity of their leader? Why is Elder Shin so respectful towards him? From afar, seeing Shun Fei being so respectful towards Han Feng, a Xiantian mid-realm elder asked with a frown. Young Master Liu, that team is from Tianxian City. On the back of the black eagle, a monkey-faced martial artist said. As for their leader, his position in Danwu College might be higher than Elder Shun's. Tianxian City is just a small place. In the previous icy cave assessments, they were almost completely wiped out. Lu Hong was confused and said, It doesn't make sense for a city like this to have such a high position. The monkey-faced martial artist said, Young Master Liu, I don't know about that. Lu Hong, have you forgotten that in this innate realm ranking, there is a martial artist from Tianxian City who made it to the top 1,000? On the back of another black eagle, a Xiantian mid-realm elder with delicate features and a folding fan in his hand said, According to the innate realm ranking, the martial artist who made it to the innate realm ranking is called Ningyu. His cultivation is 1 level lower than both of us. By Pingji, don't tell me you want to challenge Ningyu. Lu Heng snorted and said, don't forget, you are only ranked 9,500th on the innate realm ranking. There is a difference of 8,000 ranks between you and Ningyu. I think Ningyu could defeat you in one move. Lu Heng, don't try to provoke me. You are only ranked 9,400th on the innate realm ranking. Bai Pingji said with a smile. Lu Heng said, the innate realm ranking is not necessarily accurate. It only records the strongest fighting power that a Xiantian warrior has displayed before. It is not the ultimate fighting power. Even so, Ningyu is ranked 1,000 on the innate realm ranking. It means that he is quite strong. Bai Pingji frowned and said, I would like to challenge him when I have the chance. Ningyu is just ahead. Do you want me to challenge him? Lu Heng said. Bai Pingji shook his head and said, let's wait for the cold ice cave assessment. There will be plenty of chances to challenge him then. Now is not the time. Bai Pingji was not stupid. If he were to challenge Ningyu now, no matter the result, he would consume a lot of energy. His and Lu Heng's abilities were almost the same. They both wanted to fight for the top 10 in the cold ice cave assessment. Whoever consumed too much energy now would be at a disadvantage later. Don't worry, I have defeated those fire cloud leopards. They have basically lost their fighting power. In the distance, Han Feng thought for a while and said, let's not waste any more time. Let's depart now and reach the cold ice cave as soon as possible. Yes, let's depart now. Chapter 97. The icy cave was located in the depths of the magical Beast Mountain range. It was one of the examination locations for Danwu College. Every few years, a large number of young martial artists would enter the icy cave to participate in the examination. The martial artists who passed the icy cave examination will be brought to another place to participate in the next round of Danwu College's examination. Sha. In the dense forest, dozens of figures were moving quickly. Low sounds of something breaking through the air could be heard from the crowd. These people were naturally the martial artists who were participating in the icy cave examination. However, their situation was obviously not optimistic. Damn it, these people are so daring. They actually dared to stop Danwu College's icy cave examination. A late-stage Xiantian Danwu College elder's face was gloomy as he clenched his fists and said angrily, now is not the time to talk about this. This place is very close to the icy cave. Rest for 10 minutes, then hurry up and try to reach the icy cave before nightfall. A complete Xiantian martial artist frowned slightly. Soon after, his low voice was heard by the crowd of young martial artists. Hearing this, the crowd of martial artists nodded their heads. On the way, they were surrounded by mysterious experts. If not for the elder leading them risking his life to resist, they would have been killed long ago. These young martial artists were mostly rookies who had not experienced a real battle. Even now, some martial artists still had some fear on their faces. Although the academy elder had risked his life to resist, these people were extremely cunning. They had used a secret technique to kill many black eagles, causing them to have no choice but to travel on foot. In a dense forest, under a towering tree, dozens of figures were taking a short break. Not good. Everyone be on guard. Suddenly, the complete Xiantian elder stood up and released his aura. He shouted in a low voice, there are 10 martial artists to the east. The lowest cultivation is at the complete Xiantian realm, and the highest is at the middle stage of the true martial realm. There are 5 martial artists to the west. The lowest cultivation is at the early stage of the true martial realm, and the highest is at the middle stage of the true martial realm. Hiss! Hearing this elder's words, the crowd of martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. With such a lineup, if they were to attack them, they would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They would not be able to fight back. Not only the young martial artists participating in the assessment, but even the elders of Danwu College had grave expressions on their faces. Their hearts sank to the bottom. They only had 5 elders, 3 of whom were at the peak stage of the Xiantian realm, and 2 of whom were at the late stage of the Xiantian realm. Faced with the enemy's lineup, they would not be able to hold on for long before being defeated. At that time, The fates of these young martial artists participating in the assessment would be dictated by others. Creak. In the next moment, the sound of twigs snapping suddenly rang out in the quiet jungle. Whoosh. This soft sound was like a thunderclap, causing the expressions of the originally nervous young cultivators to change greatly, and they hurriedly stood up. At this time, a deep voice came from Feng Chang's mouth. Everyone, prepare for battle. Xiantian realm martial artists and above will take the front, and Hotian realm martial artists will stay behind. Everyone, form a semicircle. Feng Chang's face was extremely gloomy. He was the most powerful person among them, and his cultivation level was at the connate full circle. At this critical juncture, he had to stand at the forefront. He could not have the slightest bit of cowardice or cowardice. As soon as Feng Chang's voice fell, the 50 young martial artists moved quickly. In just a moment, they had formed a semicircle. Feng Chang and the other 4 elders guarded the gap in the semicircle. Their pitch-black eyes kept moving as they stared straight ahead. At the end of their line of sight, several figures gradually appeared. Sha. Following the appearance of this group of people, in another direction, 5 figures appeared in Feng Chang's line of sight in an instant. The peak of the middle stage of the true martial realm. Feeling the powerful aura of the middle-aged man, Feng Chang realized that he would not be able to survive today. Ha. It seems that Hall Leader was right. I can really meet so many newbies here, and there are even a few elders of Danwu College. It seems that this trip has not been in vain. The middle-aged man laughed loudly. Suddenly, a towering aura rose, and a blood-red shadow shot out. Not good. Feeling the power of the blood-red shadow, Feng Chang's expression changed. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and finally, he threw out a palm strike to meet the blood-red shadow head-on. Not bad. To be able to block my attack with a cultivation of Xiantian realm at 40% of my strength, you are indeed worthy of being an elder of Danwu College. After the attack, the middle-aged man seemed to be fine, but Feng Chang was forced to take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. With this attack, it was clear who had the upper hand. Fanji, we discovered these people first. I think you're going a bit too far, right? In the distance, a black-robed cultivator at the peak of middle stage of true martial realm said, "Do you want to declare war on us?" Ha. Not to the extent of declaring war. Fanji smiled, but his expression immediately turned cold. He shouted in a low voice, "Old Shui, these martial artists are here to participate in the Cold Ice Caves assessment. If you have something to say it quickly." Old Shui frowned slightly and said coldly, "There are 50 young martial artists here. We will each take half," Fanji said. "As for the 5 elders of Danwu College, I will suffer a bit. Leave them to me." You are really wishful thinking." Old Shui coldly snorted and said, "Although we don't belong to the same hall, we are all from the corpse sect. I can't let you suffer a loss. How about this? I have more people on my side. Leave the 3 Xiantian realm martial artists to me, and the 2 late-stage Xiantian realm martial artists to you. Old Shui, let's not fight. Let's attack together and kill them all." After thinking for a moment, Fanji said, "I heard that there is a late-stage, true martial realm martial artist among the leading elders of Danwu College. If we are discovered by him, although you and I won't be afraid, it will still be troublesome." "Good." Old Devil Shui's eyes narrowed as he rose from the ground. Vigorous Yuan Qi surged out of his body. The tyrannical aura caused the withered leaves in the surroundings to fly away. Such an aura was not far from the late stage of the true martial realm. After he made his move, the 9 Xiantian realm martial artists behind him also stepped on the ground and pulled out their weapons. Their target was the young martial artists who had already been scattered. "Let's finish this quickly." Seeing that Old Shui and his group had taken the initiative to attack, Fanji waved his hand and flicked his finger. Suddenly, a blood-red cold light directly attacked Feng Chang like a ghost. "Tang Kuan, I will stop them. You quickly retreat and immediately think of a way to contact Elder Han Feng. As long as we can find Elder Han Feng, we might have a chance of survival." Seeing that Fanji and his group had made their move, Feng Chang's heart suddenly sank. He knew that today was a bad day. Chapter 98. Screech, screech. In the forest, the crisp sound of eagle hooves could be heard. Shortly after, several huge black eagles flew across the sky, heading towards the depths of the magical Beast Mountain Range. There were more than 10 of these black eagles, and on their backs were many young martial artists. On the back of one of the black eagles, Ningyu closed his eyes. The spirit transformation art in his body was circulating slowly. Strands of yuan qi were guided by the spirit transformation art and slowly entered his sea of consciousness. As they got closer to the icy cave, Ningyu could feel that the surrounding yuan qi was getting thicker and thicker. Naturally, he would not waste such a great opportunity to cultivate. On the path of cultivation, one could not slack off. Dripping water could wear through a rock. The yuan qi in the whirlpools have reached the Xiantian full cycle. Unless there is a fortuitous encounter, it would be impossible to split the whirlpools again in a short period of time. Feeling the state of the 4 whirlpools, Ningyu finally recovered from his cultivation and looked around. At the beginning, Ningyu and his group met the Icy Cave Assessment Team from Bright King City. After traveling for another 10 minutes, they met the assessment teams from other cities. After that, they would meet a new assessment team every few minutes. The mounts of these assessment teams were all late rank 3 demonic beasts, black eagles. From this, it could be seen how powerful Danwu College was. Elder Han, how much longer do we need to reach the frigid cave? Ningyu leaned towards Han Feng and asked. Hee, the black eagles are very fast. We can reach the icy cave in about 10 minutes. With a smile, Han Feng said, this time, do you plan to participate in the Icy Cave's Warrior Assessment or the Alchemist Assessment? What's the difference? Ningyu frowned and asked doubtfully. Ningyu only knew that the Icy Cave Assessment was divided into the Warrior Assessment and the Alchemist Assessment. However, he was not clear about the specific assessment method and process. Fine, I'll explain the assessment method to you. After pondering for a while, Han Feng said, the Icy Cave is just a general term. Actually, there are 2 caves in it. One is the Icy Cave, and the other is the Icy Cave. The Warrior Test is conducted in the Cold Cave, and the Alchemist Test is conducted in the Ice Cave. There are many rooms in the Cold Cave. Participants of the Fighter Assessment, please enter your room. Then, we will release a demonic beast of the corresponding level according to your strength. As long as you can defeat the demonic beast, you will pass the Cold Ice Cave Assessment. It's that simple, an early Xiantian martial artist on the black eagle beside him asked. Simple? Han Feng looked at him and continued. The level of the demon beast we will release will be slightly higher than yours, ranging from 1 to 3 minor levels. Hiss! Han Feng's words caused the cultivators on the black eagles to suck in a breath of cold air. A demonic beast that's 1 to 3 levels higher than me? Didn't that mean that his cultivation was at the early stage of the Xiantian realm, and it was highly possible for him to summon a 3rd-order late-stage demonic beast? A late-stage Tier 3 demonic beast strength was incomparably powerful, and its combat strength was comparable to a consummate Xiantian martial artist. From this, it could be seen that the Frost Cave test this time was extremely difficult. You don't have to worry too much. Not wanting to shock everyone too much, Han Feng continued. The strongest of the demonic beasts released this time is only at the early stage 3rd order. In other words, as long as you have the strength to defeat an early stage 3rd order demonic beast, you will pass the Cold Ice Cave Assessment steadily. Phew! Hearing this, the surrounding people heaved a sigh of relief, secretly feeling relieved. To be able to participate in the Cold Ice Cave Assessment, they all had trump cards on them. Furthermore, some of them had very strong trump cards. As long as they were used, they might even be able to kill a mid-stage 3rd-order demonic beast. Of course, these people were the minority. Most of them had a grave expression, secretly calculating their chances of passing the assessment. As for the Alchemist Assessment in the Cold Ice Cave, the rules are much simpler. Just at this moment, Han Feng continued. There are prescribed herbs. As long as you can use the herbs to refine a first-grade medicinal pill, you can pass the Cold Ice Cave assessment. That's simple. This time, the cultivators participating in the alchemist assessment revealed joyful expressions. To them, this rule was indeed very simple. Most of the cultivators who were qualified to participate in the alchemist assessment had passed the Alchemist Association's first-grade alchemist assessment and had a 1-star badge. Refining a first-grade medicinal pill, to them, was a piece of cake. How could it be so simple? If that was really the case, there would be no need for Donwu College to set up the assessment venue in the Cold Ice Cave. Frowning, Ningyu felt that something was amiss. If the rules were really that simple, there would be no need for Donwu College to set up the assessment venue in the Cold Ice Cave in the depths of the magical Beast Mountain Range. After all, the depths of the magical Beast Mountain Range were filled with dangers. There must be a reason why Donwu College spent so much money and sent out so many late-stage, third-order demonic beasts, the Black Eagles. Forget it. There will always be a way out. Since he could not understand, Ningyu simply did not think about it. Instead, he closed his eyes and quietly waited for the arrival of the Cold Ice Cave. Swoosh! However, before Ningyu could close his eyes, a startling pillar of light soared into the sky from the west, bringing with it gusts of Yuan power gales. Not good. Someone from Donwu College is being attacked. Seeing the huge Yuan Qi pillar, Han Feng's face turned gloomy. He waved his sleeve and shouted, "Leave one Xiantian complete realm elder behind. The rest follow me." Hearing this, the other Donwu College elders on the back of the Black Eagles also had ugly expressions. However, without any hesitation, they immediately jumped off the back of the Black Eagles and rushed toward the source of the Pillar of Light. Someone is being attacked? Who dares to attack the people from Donwu College? Could it be a demonic beast? I'm not sure. Judging from the Pillar of Light, the other party is likely to be a martial artist. After Han Feng and the others rushed out, the examinees immediately burst into an uproar, discussing animatedly. Silence. The burly man at the Xiantian complete realm who was left behind exuded his aura and berated. With Elder Han Feng taking action, I believe the rascal in the distance will be dealt with very quickly. All you need to do is to wait here obediently. Hearing the words of the Xiantian complete realm elder, the noisy crowd instantly quieted down. Most of them were Hotian to Xiantian realm martial artists. Under the pressure of the powerful aura of a Xiantian complete realm warrior, they were extremely respectful and did not even dare to breathe loudly. I'm afraid the situation isn't optimistic. Ningyu slightly released his grade, 4 soul force, and his face was somewhat solemn. With his keen soul force, although he could not determine the specific situation in the distance, the general situation was not far off. In the distance, he could feel the aura of no less than 5 true martial realm martial artists. The rest were the auras of a dozen Xiantian complete realm martial artists. If he was not wrong, some teams had been ambushed, and the people who ambushed them were very strong. Elder Han should be able to deal with them. Shaking his head, Ningyu wanted to withdraw his soul force because he did not feel the aura of a late martial realm martial artist from afar. With Han Feng's late martial realm cultivation, even if he encountered 4 or 5 middle martial realm martial artists, he could still contend and even kill them. Swoosh! However, before Ningyu could withdraw his soul force, his face changed dramatically. This was because he sensed 2 martial artists rushing towards him at high speed. Chapter 99. Xiao. Xiao. However, just as Ningyu was about to warn them, 2 sharp wind-breaking sounds suddenly rang out in the quiet forest. Shua. The 2 sharp wind-breaking sounds were like thunder under the scorching sun, causing the burly elder of Donwu College to change his expression and hurriedly stand up. Damn it! Everyone retreat. A low voice came from the burly elder's mouth. He immediately jumped up and stood in front of the crowd. Jia. Elder Fong and Elder Shui's judgment was indeed correct. A gloomy voice came out before the person arrived. Hee hee, looks like we got lucky this time. Another voice said with a chuckle. Soon, two figures landed on the ground. Feeling the powerful aura from the two figures, the burly elder's face turned serious, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Who are you? Who are we?" The corner of the peak Sciention martial artist's mouth rose, and he lightly said, "There's no harm in telling you. In any case, you're going to see the king of hell. Listen carefully, we are from the corpse sect." What? As the peak Sciention martial artist's voice fell, the faces of the surrounding people instantly turned cold. Some people with low cultivation even trembled and could not stand steadily. They had all heard about the terror of the Corpsine sect. It was a very abnormal sect. Being targeted by them, death was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that they would not kill you, but slowly torture you to death and even refine you into a corpse puppet. The early-stage, true martial realm martial artist obviously did not want to waste time here. He waved his hand and lightly said, "Old Do, why are you talking nonsense with him? We should kill them as soon as possible and then go back to help Elder Fong and the others." Hearing this, Old Do nodded and immediately rose from the ground. He turned into a phantom and instantly appeared in front of the burly elder. Then, he raised his hand and mercilessly chopped at the burly elder's shoulder with a majestic yuan chi. "Damn it!" The burly elder cursed and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Before Old Do's fist could even reach him, he had already punched out. Bang! The two fists collided with each other. After a muffled sound, the tall and sturdy elder's toes touched the ground, and he retreated a few steps before stabilizing his body. TSK, not bad. You aren't an embroidered pillow." With a sinister chuckle, the third Poison Lord charged forward once more and clashed with the burly elder. On the other side, due to the deterrence of a true martial realm early-stage martial artist, even if the examinees had a trump card, they did not dare to use it, because their trump cards were useless in front of a true martial realm martial artist. Kaka, twisting his neck, the true martial realm martial artist lightly said, "It's been a long time since I killed so many people. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited." His gaze shifted and finally fell on Ning Exine. The true martial realm early-stage martial artist laughed sinisterly and said, "Let's start with you." As soon as the word "go" was uttered, the true martial realm early-stage martial artist sprang into action. He spun around and appeared in front of Ning Exine, striking out with his palm, aiming for her neck. Whoosh! Ning Exine had not expected that a true martial realm early-stage martial artist would be the first to attack her. Her jaw dropped and her face paled. Bang! However, just as the palm was about to land on Ning Exine's neck, a fist filled with raging true chi suddenly swept out. A low muffled sound rang out. The true martial realm early-stage martial artist's face changed and his body flashed, retreating backwards. "Kid, who are you?" After he stopped moving, Tai Kuei's eyes emitted a bright light as he shouted in a low voice. Tai Kuei was a little shocked, although he had only used 20% of his strength in that attack. But that 20% of his strength was enough to kill a Sciention middle-stage martial artist. If he was not wrong, the martial artist in front of him was at most an early Sciention stage martial artist. To be able to block 20% of his strength with just an early Sciention stage martial artist, he must not be a nobody. "Exine, are you all right?" Ignoring Tai Kuei's scolding, Ningyu asked. "Brother Ningyu, I'm fine." Although she said so, the fear on her face betrayed her. "What? You're Ningyu?" Suddenly, Tai Kuei's eyes widened and his face showed a look of disbelief. "Ha ha ha." But soon, Tai Kuei laughed wildly and said, "You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but you find what you're looking for without even looking for it. As long as I can capture you, the Hall Master of the Golden Corpse King will definitely reward me handsomely." "Oomph. You want to capture me?" "That depends on whether you have the strength to do so." With a cold snort, Ningyu clenched his fist and quickly formed a seal. In the next moment, more than a dozen shadow palm prints were formed and suddenly rushed towards Tai Kuei. Child's play. The corner of his mouth curled up and Tai Kuei punched out, bringing with it a violent gust of wind, directly towards Ning Yu's palm print. Who is Ning Yu? How dare he attack Tai Kuei? He is a true martial realm martial artist. Ning Yu? Why does this name sound so familiar? That's right, I've seen him on the innate realm battle list. He is ranked 1,000. 1,000? Not to mention 1,000. Even if he is in the top 800, he can't be a match for a true martial realm martial artist. Seeing Ning Yu take the initiative to attack, the surrounding people slightly opened their mouths, feeling somewhat incredulous. The powerful aura that Tai Kuei revealed just now made it difficult for them to breathe. Now that Ning Yu actually took the initiative to attack, in their opinion, he was completely overestimating himself. This is Tai Kuei's fierce attack directly tore apart more than a dozen shadow palm prints, appearing in front of Ning Yu in the blink of an eye. Gu Ming. At the critical moment, the Yuan Qi in Ning Yu's cyclone violently surged out and gathered on his fist, then suddenly pushed out, unable to avoid Tai Kuei's fist. Crack! In the next moment, feeling the powerful force coming from the fist, Ning Yu gritted his teeth, bent his legs, and his body explosively retreated. Hee. Ning Yu, don't make any more futile resistance. Although you are very strong, in front of me, you can't make any waves. After the attack, Tai Kuei did not continue to attack, but said with a faint smile. This. Standing on the spot, Ning Yu's eyes were filled with coldness, and his fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Through the exchange just now, Ning Yu had already determined that Tai Kuei's strength was far above his. Even if he used all his trump cards, he might not be able to defeat Tai Kuei. Most importantly, Ning Yu did not want to expose his trump cards here. Tai Kuei, it won't be that easy to catch me. His eyes turned, and the Yuan Qi in Ning Yu's body slowly flowed to his ankles. Then he suddenly stomped on the ground, and with a burst of debris, he ran wildly toward the depths of the magical Beast Mountain range. Trying to escape, Ning Yu's actions were already within Tai Kuei's expectations. He tidied up his clothes unhurriedly and said to Du Lao-san, I'll leave this to you. I'll go after Ning Yu. Then, Tai Kuei's aura suddenly erupted, and a towering aura rose, causing the surrounding warriors to retreat several steps. Chapter 100. Old Fart, your speed is quite fast. In the depths of the magic Beast Mountain range, two figures, one in front and one behind, were running at high speed. Among them, the one in front was about 20 years old. It was Ning Yu. Among them, the one in front was about 20 years old. It was Ning Yu. At this moment, Ning Yu had a dignified expression. He looked back at Tai Kuei, who was constantly approaching him. The essence under his feet burned, and his speed once again soared. F***CK. Ning Yu, you're really pissing me off. Behind Ning Yu, Tai Kuei could not help but curse. His complexion was ashen. Originally, he thought he could easily catch up with Ning Yu. Who would have thought that the faster he was, the faster Ning Yu would be? As a result, after an hour, he still could not catch up with Ning Yu. Ning Yu was like a man who did not know fatigue. The essence in his body was abundant. Although it was constantly burning, his speed still did not slow down. You better pray that I don't catch up with you. Otherwise, I'll tear you apart. Cursing, Tai Kuei's essence in his sea of consciousness surged, and he instantly accelerated. I can't go on like this. Ning Yu knew that although the essence in his body was abundant, Tai Kuei, who was behind him, was an early-stage, true martial realm martial artist. The essence in his body was not any less than his. If this continued, he would be caught by Tai Kuei sooner or later. With a cold expression, Ning Yu held the soul-breaking sword in his hand and turned around to slash. Heaven Fiend Sword Wave. Along with the sound of his voice, a shocking sword aura shot out, slashing towards Tai Kuei. Swish! Tai Kuei didn't expect Ning Yu would turn around and launch an attack on him. For a moment, he was somewhat panicked. However, he was, after all, an early-stage, true martial realm martial artist. His reaction speed was extremely fast. Before the sword aura could reach his body slightly moved to the side, and just barely dodged Ning Yu's swift and fierce sword. Xiao. Since his attack did not succeed, Ning Yu did not continue fighting. Instead, he burned the essence under his feet and ran again. Damn it! Cursing inwardly, Tai Kuei touched the ground with the tip of his foot and instantly swept out. Originally, when he saw Ning Yu's attack, he had already stopped in his tracks and planned to face Ning Yu head-on. He did not expect Ning Yu to be so cunning. He did not linger after the first strike and ran away again. In this way, the distance between him and Ning Yu increased. Don't ever let me catch up to you. Tai Kuei clenched his fists tightly, his expression extremely gloomy. He wished he could skin Ning Yu alive. The more he chased, the angrier he became. Tai Kuei's lungs were about to explode. Every time he was about to catch up with Ning Yu would turn around and slash his sword. Although it was not very powerful, it more or less slowed him down. At this rate, who knew when he would be able to catch up to Ning Yu? No, I have to speed up. In the next moment, Tai Kuei's eyes focused, and in the next moment, all the primordial chi in his sea of consciousness swept out and gathered under his feet. His speed instantly increased to the limit. Buzz, buzz. Feeling the sound of the wind behind him, Ning Yu's expression instantly became gloomy because he knew that Tai Kuei was going all out. Since he could not outrun Tai Kuei in terms of speed, Ning Yu simply stopped. He injected all the primordial chi in the cyclone into the severing soul sword, and then he slashed out with the sword, bringing with it a sharp wind, attacking Tai Kuei's cheek. Teisho Kenpo. At this moment, Ning Yu displayed the third form of the supreme 9 purities sword technique, Teisho Kenpo. As soon as Teisho Kenpo appeared, the surrounding air seemed to be compressed and spread out. The primordial chi in the space became somewhat chaotic, and it left the area as if it was escaping. Blood-colored corpse shadow. Feeling such a sharp sword chi, Tai Kuei's pupils shrank. He did not dare to be negligent, and with a flick of his wrist, a huge blood-colored corpse shadow appeared behind him. Go! As he shouted, the blood-colored corpse shadow instantly appeared in front of him and collided with Teisho Kenpo. Chi-chi. In the next moment, Teisho Kenpo suddenly slashed on Tai Kuei's blood-colored corpse shadow, and there was a burst of chi, 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 chi. Immediately after, the sword wave seemed to be corroded, and it disappeared in a moment. Buzz, buzz. After Teisho Kenpo disappeared, Tai Kuei's blood-colored corpse shadow did not stop. Instead, it increased its speed and rushed toward Ning Yu's body. Tai Kuei's blood-colored corpse shadow is extremely powerful, and it is many times stronger than the barbarian corpse kings. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yu tapped his feet on the ground, and his body quickly swept out. At the same time, he formed a seal with his wrist, and his soul power gushed out and attached to his palm. Netherworld Samsara Palm, Netherworld Fiend. A slightly hoarse voice came out of Ning Yu's mouth. Then, an almost tangible palm print rushed out in the blink of an eye, and from an extremely tricky angle, it wanted to avoid the blood-colored corpse shadow and attack Tai Kuei. However, Tai Kuei was obviously prepared. He waved his sleeve, and suddenly, the blood-colored corpse shadow turned its head and fiercely collided with Ning Yu's palm. As expected, you fell for it. Get in. At the moment when the palm print and the blood-colored corpse shadow collided, Ning Yu's eyes brightened, and then he controlled his soul power to quietly enter the blood-colored corpse shadow from the palm print. Hee. Ning Yu, surrender. Seeing that Ning Yu's palm print was shattered in an instant, the corner of Tai Kuei's mouth rose, and he said with a smile, Now, I will let you have a taste of the blood-colored corpse shadow. Tai Kuei, it seems like it's too early for you to be happy. Soul strangulation. When Ning Yu's cold voice fell, he suddenly pointed his finger, and with a loud shout, the tip of his finger glowed with a red light, and an extremely huge soul power light wave burst out. The speed of the soul power light wave was somewhat terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the space constantly trembled, and cracking sounds were incessant, which was extremely ear-piercing. Such a terrifying attack caused Tai Kuei, who was at the peak of the initial stage of real martial realm, to have a drastic change of expression, because he could feel that the strength of this soul power had reached the 4th grade. Swoosh! In midair, Tai Kuei's eyes suddenly became cold. He slightly raised his palm, and a violent yuan qi wrapped around his palm. In the blink of an eye, a trident appeared in his palm, and the black trident suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Trident, a mid-grade, Earth-rank magic weapon. Trident cold light. As the shout fell, 3 light pillars, each several feet thick, shot out from the trident. The huge light pillars, as if falling from the 9th heaven, flashed and disappeared. The fierce impact almost caused Ning Yu's pupils to shrink, and he could not help but take a few steps back. Boom! In the next moment, the 3 huge light pillars collided with Ning Yu's soul power light wave and brought about an ear-piercing roar, which directly cut through the sky. Soon after, a powerful shock wave spread out in all directions. The force of the shock wave seemed to want to split the space in half. Under such a strong pressure, Ning Yu's face became extremely gloomy, and the huge force coming from his legs made him have the urge to kneel down. Plunder. Enduring the huge force from his legs, Ning Yu shouted in a low voice. Not good. As soon as Ning Yu shouted, Tai Kuei's pupils shrank, and his face became extremely ugly, 10,000 times uglier than a pig's liver, because he realized that a wisp of Ning Yu's soul power had unknowingly entered his bloody corpse shadow. Chapter 101. Tai Kuei's face was ashen, and his eyes were burning with anger. He had spent a lot of effort and resources to cultivate the bloody corpse shadow. If Ning Yu seized control of it, his strength would drop by at least half. Therefore, Tai Kuei would never allow the bloody corpse shadow to be seized by Ning Yu. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Tai Kuei rose from the ground and waved the trident in his hand. It brought about a violent gust of wind as it smashed directly at Ning Yu's head. Ning Yu, although your soul power is stronger than mine, my cultivation is higher than yours. Tai Kuei said coldly, You want to seize control of the bloody corpse shadow? Then you better be prepared to suffer my wrath. Soul-breaking sword. With a thrust, the soul-breaking sword flew through the air. In the blink of an eye, the soul-breaking sword and the trident collided. Ding! A crisp sound resounded in the area. The strong recoil from the perlicue made Ning Yu's throat taste sweet, and his body was sent flying. At the same time, Tai Kuei dashed out again and appeared in front of Ning Yu in the blink of an eye. The huge trident gradually grew bigger in Ning Yu's eyes and finally smashed down. Bang! At the critical moment, Ning Yu quickly raised the soul-breaking sword and held it in front of his head. Although the soul-breaking sword was a heaven-grade flying sword and the trident was only a middle-grade earth-grade transcendent artifact, Tai Kuei's strength was much stronger than Ning Yu's. Ning Yu did not gain any advantage. Retreat. Ning Yu knew that he was no match for Tai Kuei at the current stage, so he suddenly sped up and flew towards the depths of the Magic Beast mountain range. Originally, he wanted to seize control of the Bloody Shadow while Tai Kuei was being careless. Now, it seemed that his plan had failed, so he could only run away. However, it would be impossible for Tai Kuei to completely expel the soul force he had left in the blood-colored corpse shadow without expending some effort. Ning Yu, you can't run away. With a thought, Tai Kuei recalled the blood-colored corpse shadow and chased after Ning Yu. Whoosh! Not long after, Ning Yu seemed to have hit a barrier, and his body bounced back. Restriction? Forcefully stabilizing his body in the air, he sent out his soul power. Sensing a barrier in front of him, Ning Yu's heart sank to the bottom. When Ning Yu stopped, Tai Kuei had already caught up to him. Run? Why don't you run? Seeing Ning Yu standing still, Tai Kuei slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said with a sinister smile, To tell you the truth, inside is the forbidden area of the Magic Beast mountain range. Hearing Tai Kuei's words, coldness emerged in Ning Yu's eyes. He had some understanding of the forbidden area of the Magic Beast mountain range. He knew that it was the habitat of rank 4 and above demonic beasts. A rank 4 demonic beast was equivalent to a true martial realm martial artist. One rank 4 demonic beast might not be as strong as Tai Kuei, but what about 2? What about 3? How many? The inside of the forbidden area was much more dangerous than the outside. Martial artists who had not reached the peak of the true martial realm would not dare to step inside. Ningyu, I will give you one last chance. Since he was sure that Ningyu had nowhere to run, Tai Kuei slightly relaxed. The corner of his mouth raised, and he said indifferently, "Destroy your own cultivation, kneel down, and kowtow to me 3 times. Maybe if I am happy, I will spare your dog life." Tai Kuei, you want me to kneel down to you? Have you lost your mind and turned into a stupid dog? Ningyu showed an exaggerated expression. Hearing this, Tai Kuei's face turned completely gloomy. He was so angry that his teeth itched. "Since you're courting death, don't blame me." His eyes flashed. At this moment, Tai Kuei completely revealed the aura of the early stage of the true martial realm and suppressed Ningyu. Xiao. However, just as Tai Kuei displayed his powerful aura, his eyes widened and revealed an expression of disbelief. Because Ningyu's legs pushed off the ground, and he turned into a blur, rushing straight into the forbidden area. Pucci. Just as he was about to reach the barrier, Ningyu's 4th-grade soul force poured out and fiercely bombarded the barrier. Under the tearing of the 4th-grade soul force, a gap was instantly torn open in the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Ningyu's body swept out and instantly rushed into the gap. Sha-sha. Just as Ningyu rushed into the forbidden area, the gap closed. Damn it! Seeing that Ningyu had disappeared, Tai Kuei could not help but curse. Although he could also tear a gap in the barrier, he did not dare to do so, nor did he dare to enter the forbidden area. He knew that, with his strength, it would be difficult to move an inch in the forbidden area. There are many 4th-grade monsters in the forbidden area, and there are even 5th-grade monsters. Tai Kuei's eyes flickered. Even if Ningyu only stayed in the periphery of the forbidden area, it is impossible for him to survive. I'll wait here. I don't believe that he won't come out. With a cold expression, Tai Kuei sat down with his legs crossed and chose to wait here. In his opinion, Ningyu would not dare to go deeper into the forbidden area and would only stay in the periphery. Once he encountered a 4th-grade monster, Ningyu would definitely go back the way he came. Moreover, he could also use this time to expel Ningyu's soul force from the Bloody Corpse Shadow and completely control the Bloody Corpse Shadow. At that time, so long as he encountered Ningyu again, he would be able to wait at ease for Ningyu to be exhausted, and he would be able to kill Ningyu effortlessly. Bang! As soon as he entered the forbidden area, Ningyu felt his body sink, and he fell heavily on the ground. The gravity here is at least 3 times that of the outside world. Circulating the spirit transformation method slowly, primordial chi gushed out of the cyclone and flowed throughout his body. After a while, Ningyu got used to the gravity in the forbidden area. This is not a place to stay for long. I have to go deeper. Taking a deep breath, Ningyu made a decision and continued to go deeper into the forbidden area. With Tai Kuei's strength, it would be very easy for him to break through the barrier. The reason why Tai Kuei had not come in until now was definitely because he was afraid and wanted to wait for him to go out. As time passed, Tai Kuei would definitely not be able to endure it and enter the forbidden area. By then, it would be very dangerous for him to stay here. Ningyu was not an indecisive person. He immediately released his soul force and lifted his heavy footsteps, walking slowly into the forbidden area. Ningyu walked very slowly and did not dare to speed up. After all, the forbidden area was full of dangers. If he was not careful, he would die. Roar! Roar! However, Ningyu had only taken a few steps when he heard several earth-shattering roars. He hurriedly stopped and concealed his aura. At least a late-stage tier 4 demonic beast. From the aura, Ningyu could determine that the owner of the roars had at least a late-stage tier 4 cultivation. A late-stage tier 4 demonic beast battle prowess was comparable to a peak true martial realm martial artist. Bang! Suddenly, a low muffled sound came from right in front of Ningyu. Then, one in front and one behind, two huge figures rushed out from the bushes. Late-stage Tier 4 Wind Thunder Rhinoceros, Armored Dragon Turtle. The cultivation of the two battling demonic beasts had both reached late-stage Tier 4. Although the Wind Thunder Rhinoceros and Armored Dragon Turtle were only late-stage Tier 4 demonic beasts, their combined strength was extremely powerful and could even contend with an Origin Core realm martial artist. A fight of this level was simply not something that Ning Yu could hope to achieve. Chapter 102. Roar. With a loud roar, the Tempest Rhinoceros stomped on the ground and charged towards the armored dragon tortoise with its massive body. Facing the Tempest Rhinoceros, the armored dragon tortoise showed no fear. It retracted its limbs into its shell and charged towards the Tempest Rhinoceros. Bang! The two collided. Although the armored dragon tortoise was small, its defense was shocking. After the attack, it charged forward again like nothing had happened. The armored dragon tortoise is not only fast, but also has a strong defense. Ning Yu laid on the ground and observed the two demonic beasts from afar. Although the Tempest Rhinoceros is huge, its speed is a little slow. If we continue to fight, the Tempest Rhinoceros will definitely lose. Boom! At this moment, the Tempest Rhinoceros roared towards the sky and spat out a purple flame. The purple flame was extremely fast and appeared in front of the armored dragon tortoise in an instant. Facing the purple flame, the armored dragon tortoise retracted its limbs into its shell and retracted its head. You can burn all you want, I will not budge. Tempest Fire. Seeing the purple flame, Ning Yu was elated. Although the Tempest Fire was far from his demonic lotus flame, it was still an excellent flame for refining elixirs. With the Tempest Fire, he would save a lot of effort when refining elixirs in the future. Forcefully suppressing the heat in his heart, Ning Yu knew that to obtain the Tempest Fire from the Tempest Rhinoceros was harder than ascending to the heavens at his current stage. I didn't expect this Tempest Rhinoceros to have the Tempest Fire in its body. If this continues, who knows who will win? Ning Yu muttered. As the Tempest Fire continued to burn, the armored dragon tortoise's shell gradually changed color, turning from green to black. Shio! Finally, the armored dragon tortoise could not take it anymore. Its 5 limbs shot out from its shell and charged towards the Tempest Rhinoceros. Rip! The armored dragon tortoise was extremely fast. Before the Tempest Rhinoceros could react, it had already reached it and ripped off a piece of meat from its abdomen. Roar! Its abdomen was the weakest part of the Tempest Rhinoceros. When a piece of flesh was torn off, it immediately let out a heart-wrenching roar. The armored dragon tortoise tasted the sweetness of its sneak attack and charged at the Tempest Rhinoceros once more. This time, the Tempest Rhinoceros was clearly prepared. Before the armored dragon turtle could reach it, it used its sharp horns to stab the armored dragon turtle's head. Poochie! The armored dragon tortoise clearly hadn't expected the Tempest Rhinoceros to make such a move. It was caught off guard for a moment, and the Tempest Rhinoceros' sharp horn pierced its head, causing its body to fall straight to the ground. However, the moment the armored dragon turtle's head was pierced, a small turtle shell suddenly sprang out from its back and fiercely smashed towards the Tempest Rhinoceros' horn. Crack! The small tortoise shell was extremely hard. The huge force directly snapped the Wind Thunder Rhinoceros horn. With its horn broken, the Tempest Rhinoceros roared and charged at the armored dragon turtle with all its might. It wanted to crush the armored dragon turtle. I didn't expect the battle to be so intense. Far away, Ning Yu could not conceal the fervent look in his eyes. Originally, he thought that the Tempest Rhinoceros and the armored dragon turtle would fight for 300 rounds. Who knew that the situation would suddenly change? After just one move, the two of them suffered heavy injuries at the same time. If the intense battle carried on like this, there would only be one final outcome. The Tempest Rhinoceros and the armored dragon turtle both died in battle. And this outcome was clearly what Ning Yu was looking forward to. Even so, Ningyu still did not dare to move, fearful of being discovered by the Tempest Rhinoceros and the Armored Dragon Turtle. Although the Tempest Rhinoceros and the Armored Dragon Turtle's combat strength decreased significantly, and they suffered heavy injuries, Ningyu was still not their match. At this time, a little carelessness, and he would land himself in a dangerous situation. After being injured, the Tempest Rhinoceros and the Armored Dragon Turtle fought even more fiercely. Crack! Roughly 2 hours later, the Tempest Rhinoceros' massive body crushed heavily on the Armored Dragon Turtle's body, crushing it into pieces. Bang! At the same time, the Tempest Rhinoceros was also exhausted, its body falling straight back. An hour after the battle ended, Ningyu slightly released his soul power and approached the battlefield. After confirming that the Tempest Rhinoceros and the Armored Dragon Turtle were dead, Ningyu carefully appeared from his hiding place and walked towards them. To think that the Armored Dragon Turtle with such a tough shell would also be crushed into pieces. Seeing the Armored Dragon Turtle's miserable state, Ningyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Actually, Ningyu was also a little puzzled. Because the Armored Dragon Turtle was known to have invincible defense, why would its shell be crushed into pieces? So that's how it is. Picking up a piece of the Armored Dragon Turtle's shell, Ningyu finally understood when he felt the traces of energy contained in it. The Tempest Rhinoceros's seemingly normal pressure actually used up all the energy in its body. Otherwise, it wouldn't have died so tragically after a single strike. I got lucky. With the two of them dying in battle, Ningyu picked up a big bargain. Let's put it in the storage ring first. Ningyu slightly released his soul power and wrapped the Tempest Rhinoceros's body, then put it in the storage ring. Luckily, the storage ring was big enough, otherwise it wouldn't be able to contain the Tempest Rhinoceros. When I leave the Magic Beast Mountain Range, I must refine the 4th grade Tempest Pill and then devour the Tempest Fire. The reason why Ningyu didn't devour the Tempest Fire here was because the Tempest Fire was extremely overbearing. If he wanted to devour it, he would have to take the Tempest Pill. Right now, Ningyu didn't have the ingredients to refine the Tempest Pill. Helplessly, he could only forcefully suppress the urge to devour the Tempest Fire. Although the Armored Dragon Turtle was crushed to pieces, and even its inner core had disappeared, Ningyu still put its shattered shell into the storage ring. The Armored Dragon Turtle's shell was extremely hard. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. Tempest Bullhorn, small turtle shell. Ningyu's eyes lit up as he quickly picked up the bullhorn and turtle shell. The Tempest Bullhorn was extremely precious. If he brought it to the auction house, it would sell for a good price. As for the palm-sized turtle shell in his hand, Ningyu didn't plan to sell it. After all, it was something that could cut off the Tempest Bullhorn. If he kept it on him, it might save his life. Thus, Ningyu put the Tempest Bullhorn into the storage ring. The small turtle shell was kept close to his body, where his heart was. Oh right, the Tempest Rhinoceros and the Armored Dragon Turtle are late-stage 4th-tier demonic beasts. They wouldn't start fighting for no reason. It must be because of something. Suddenly, Ningyu seemed to have thought of something. He moved his feet and carefully walked towards the bushes in front. The Armored Dragon Turtle and the Tempest Rhinoceros were evenly matched in strength. If it wasn't for fighting over something, they definitely wouldn't fight to the death. Something that could make a late-stage 4th-tier demonic beast fight to the death must be something extraordinary. Standing outside the bushes, Ningyu raised his brows and quietly released his 4th-grade soul force. Azure Sun Tree, feeling the faint aura from the bushes, Ningyu was stunned at first. Then, his expression changed slightly. Taking a deep breath, Ningyu pushed the bushes aside. Looking at the green tree in the center that was taller than a person, his face was burning with passion. Chapter 103. On the green tree hung 3 fruits the size of goose eggs. They were white with a hint of red, extremely alluring. Qingyang fruit. Ningyu's mouth was slightly agape, and he did not bother to hide the heat on his face. Taking a deep breath, Ningyu extended his soul power and wrapped it around his palm. Then, He carefully plucked the 3 Qingyang fruits and placed them into a storage ring. No wonder the wind thunder rhino and the armored dragon turtle would fight to the death. So it's because of the Qingyang fruit. The Qingyang fruit was extremely precious. Not only could it increase one's cultivation, it could also increase the physical strength of a cultivator. Sensing the aura of the Qingyang fruit in his storage ring, Ningyu was ecstatic. Such a precious elixir could not be found even in the capital, let alone in Tianxin City. If he could refine 3 Qingyang fruits, wouldn't it be easy for him to break through to Middle Xiantian realm or even Late Xiantian realm? He might even have the chance to reach Xiantian full cycle. Forcefully suppressing the heat in his heart, Ningyu was not in a hurry to consume the Qingyang fruit. Instead, he quickly left the area. The battle between the wind thunder rhino and the armored dragon turtle would definitely attract powerful demonic beasts. This was not a place to stay for long. Moreover, it wasn't so easy to consume the emerald sun fruit. The slightest carelessness would cause the situation of his body exploding. So Ningyu had to find a quiet place to properly refine the emerald sun fruit. Swoosh! Yuan wrapped around his legs. Ningyu slightly increased his speed and walked towards the inner part of the forbidden area. Roar! Not long after, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Hearing this roar, Ningyu could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If he had not walked fast enough, he would have been surrounded by demonic beasts. After walking for about 10 minutes, Ningyu finally stopped beside a huge rock. After observing his surroundings for a while and confirming that it was safe, Ningyu took out a Qingyang fruit. After that, Ningyu swallowed the green sun fruit and began to refine it. Although the energy contained in the azure sun fruit was extremely huge, Ningyu had already cultivated the spirit transformation technique to the 3rd level. So his absorption and refining speed was extremely fast, and he avoided the situation of his body exploding. Buzz! A strand of white essence was emitted from the surface of his skin. Ningyu's body floated in mid-air, greedily absorbing the surging essence energy. 2 whole days passed before Ningyu completely refined the azure yang fruit. Pa! At this moment, a muffled sound rang out from within Ningyu's sea of consciousness. Immediately, the 4 cyclones began to rapidly expand. Seeing this, Ningyu's face turned cold, and he took out another azure sun fruit and swallowed it. As soon as the azure sun fruit entered his stomach, strands of yuan qi were guided by the spirit transformation technique and quietly entered the energy whirlpool. Not long after, the first cyclone was filled. Following that, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th cyclones were also filled with boundless energy. Crack! Immediately, a crisp sound rang out, and Ningyu's face lit up with joy. Innate middle stage. Having reached the innate middle stage, the capacity of the yuan qi in Ningyu's cyclone had increased by several times again. The azure yang fruit is indeed a good thing. Not only has it raised my cultivation to the innate middle stage, but even the cyclone has expanded by a lot. Feeling the density of the yuan qi in the cyclone, Ningyu was in a good mood. Now, the strength of the yuan qi that his cyclone could contain was already comparable to a martial artist half a step into the true martial realm. In other words, the total amount of yuan qi in his body was comparable to that of 4 martial artists half a step into the true martial realm. Ningyu did not intend to refine the last azure yang fruit. In his current state, even if he refined the azure yang fruit, it would still be impossible for him to break through to the innate late stage. Instead, it would cause the yuan qi in the cyclone to be a little restless and unstable. Standing up with a swoosh, Ningyu's eyes revealed a gloomy look. Now that my strength has increased by several times, if I meet Tai Kuei again, I can completely contend against him and even kill him. Swoosh! At this moment, a cold light flew over from afar, smashing straight at Ningyu's head. Not good. Ningyu's expression changed, and he circulated the yuan qi in his body to his legs. His feet stepped on the ground, and in an instant he dodged to the side. Ha ha! Ningyu, looks like you really don't dare to go deep into the forbidden area. A wild laughter rang out. Then, Tai Kuei's body appeared in the air in front of Ningyu. Tai Kuei, clenching his fists tightly, Ningyu dashed out in the blink of an eye. The Yuan Qi in the cyclone gathered on his wrists, and he threw a few punches in succession. Bang, bang. In an instant, Ningyu and Tai Kuei exchanged more than 30 blows. Then, Tai Kuei forcibly put some distance between him and Ningyu. He looked at Ningyu in disbelief and said in a low voice, "How did you become so strong?" At this moment, Tai Kuei's expression was extremely gloomy, as if he had eaten *T. 2 days ago, Ningyu's strength was far inferior to his, but now, Ningyu had the ability to contend with him. Blood-colored corpse shadow. With a cold look in his eyes, Tai Kuei formed a seal with both hands, and immediately, the blood-colored corpse shadow appeared behind him. Go! As Tai Kuei shouted, the blood-colored corpse shadow streaked across the void at an extremely shocking speed and instantly appeared in front of Ningyu. Then, in front of Ningyu's eyes, the blood-colored corpse shadow continued to expand and finally smashed down. Teisho Kenpo, seeing that Tai Kuei had summoned the blood-colored corpse shadow, Ningyu flipped his wrist, and the soul-severing sword appeared in his hand. The primordial chi in the two cyclones surged out and poured into the soul-severing sword. Then, with the point of the sword, a shocking sword gleam shot out from the soul-severing sword. Chi-Chi, the sword gleam, which contained majestic primordial chi, seemed to have entered an unstoppable state. It avoided the blood-colored corpse shadow and pierced toward the space between Tai Kuei's eyebrows. Tai Kuei's expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated. However, he was obviously half a beat too late. Bang! The tip of the sword gleam hit the space between Tai Kuei's eyebrows. His vision turned black, and a strong sense of dizziness came from Tai Kuei's head. Swoosh! After his successful attack, Ningyu did not stop. Instead, he swung his sword again. Chi, the soul-severing sword gradually expanded in front of Tai Kuei's eyes. Finally, it slashed at his throat, leaving behind a line of blood. With a bang, Tai Kuei fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and there was still a look of disbelief at the corner of his eyes. Looking at Tai Kuei's corpse, Ningyu said indifferently, "Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed." With a thought, Ningyu separated a wisp of soul force and entered Tai Kuei's blood-colored corpse shadow. Originally, after Tai Kuei died in battle, the blood-colored corpse shadow would dissipate. However, the wisp of soul force that Ningyu left in the blood-colored corpse shadow 2 days ago allowed the blood-colored corpse shadow to retain some vitality and did not dissipate. This was actually an advantage for Ningyu. Not long after, he completely controlled the blood-colored corpse shadow. The blood-colored corpse shadow was equivalent to Tai Kuei's second avatar. Its combat strength was comparable to an early-stage true martial realm martial artist. Now that it was controlled by Ningyu, it meant that Ningyu now had an early-stage true martial realm fighter. Of course, this fighter could not be easily exposed. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles, and people would think that he was a member of the Corpsine sect. Chapter 104. Tai Kuei was a true martial realm expert of the Corpse sect. Originally, Ningyu thought that he would have a lot of magic treasures and dawn on him, but who would have thought that he would only find a mid-grade Earth-step magic treasure, the trident. Apart from the trident, not even a shadow of a pill could be seen. Pursing his lips, Ningyu lightly said, "So he is a true martial realm martial artist, but he is so poor." If Tai Kuei heard Ningyu's words, it was estimated that he would not be able to live in peace even if he died. The reason why he did not have any magic treasures or dawn on him was because he had used almost all his resources to cultivate the bloody corpse shadow, causing him to be even poorer than a dog. Now that the bloody corpse shadow and the trident had been obtained by Ningyu, Ningyu actually said that he was poor. Even if he died, he would not be able to reason with him. Ding! However, just when Ningyu was about to leave, a crisp sound rang out. Stopping, Ningyu looked back and saw a token fall from Tai Kuei's body. Corpse token. Seeing the blood-colored token on the ground, Ningyu raised his eyebrows and picked it up. In the corpse sect, only the elders could have the corpse token. Tai Kuei was at the early stage of the true martial realm, so it was not a big deal for him to have the corpse token. After thinking about it, Ningyu put the corpse token into his storage ring. Maybe it would be useful in the future. I must leave the forbidden area and return as soon as possible. In order to avoid Tai Kuei's pursuit, Ningyu had been hiding in the forbidden area for 2 days. Now that he had finally killed Tai Kuei, there was no need for him to stay here. After all, the forbidden area of the magical Beast Mountain range was full of dangers. A little carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. Shaking his head, Ningyu carefully walked out of the forbidden area. Just as he took 2 steps forward, a turbulent wave swept over from afar. So terrifying? Feeling the abnormally powerful yuan qi fluctuation, Ningyu involuntarily took a few steps back. Roar! Right at this moment, an enormous roar that resounded through the heavens, and the earth suddenly spread out from afar. After that, a terrifying origin energy pressure suddenly swept out, and it caused the heavens and the earth to change color. A 4-eyed golden crystal beast with wings on its back. Ningyu's eyes stared in shock at the enormous creature in the sky. Although he could not clearly see its silhouette, its enormous size had already caused him to be stunned. This yuan qi fluctuation, with his mouth slightly agape, Ningyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This degree of yuan qi pressure was something that even a yuan dance stage expert would not be able to match. Xiao! Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. If you want to leave mysterious Tianxian City, you have to defeat me. The huge 4-eyed golden crystal beast looked at the void and actually spoke the human language. In the distant void, a middle-aged man was floating in midair. The man held a silvery white, flying sword in his hand as he stared coldly at the 4-eyed golden crystal beast. "Father!" Ningyu exclaimed. His pupils shrank as he stared intently at the figure in the void. Why is he here? He actually has this kind of strength. In midair, Ninghai cupped his fists and said in a low voice, "Senior Golden Crystal Beast, this time I must leave mysterious Tianxian City. Miss Mu told me that you can leave when you can defeat me." The 4-eyed Golden Crystal Beast said in a low voice as it slightly revealed its aura. "If that's the case, then let's fight." Ninghai's eyes turned cold as he tightly gripped the silvery white flying sword and rushed toward the 4-eyed golden crystal beast. The sword light was like a rainbow, and it even cut through the void. This sword, Ningyu's pupils shrank slightly as he stared at the sword light that Ninghai displayed. He muttered, "Why does it feel like the supreme 9 purities sword art? Ninghai, no wonder you want to leave mysterious Tianxian City. It turns out that you have already cultivated the supreme 9 purity sword art to this level. However, it won't be that easy to defeat me." Seeing the sharp sword light coming toward it, the 4-eyed golden crystal beast's figure flashed, and it flapped its wings. Suddenly, a strong wind appeared, attacking the sword light. Rumble! The strong wind that the 4-eyed golden crystal beast stirred up directly swallowed the sword light that Ninghai had launched, and the aftermath spread out in all directions. Crack! Crack! With the space as the center of the collision as the center, the giant trees in the surroundings snapped at their trunks. Some rank 4 and rank 5 demonic beasts hiding in the surroundings flew out of the forbidden area. Senior Golden Crystal Beast, I didn't expect that you have already reached the middle stage of rank 6. Ninghai's eyes narrowed as he slashed his sword again. Buzz! This sword vibrated at a terrifying frequency, and it even resonated with the void. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the 4-eyed golden crystal beast. Then, it stabbed toward the 4-eyed golden crystal beast's abdomen. The supreme 9 purities sword art's 6th level's ultimate realm. This time, the 4-eyed golden crystal beast was finally moved. It flapped its wings continuously, and it disappeared in a flash. Whoosh! However, As soon as the four-eyed golden crystal beast disappeared, Ningyu pointed out with his sword and slashed it out of the void. Whoosh! Ninghai did not relax because his attack had succeeded. Instead, his entire body's primordial chi surged, and he injected it into the silver-white flying sword. Whoosh! 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 Countless sword lights converged in the air, and finally, under Ningyu's shocked gaze, they suddenly formed a giant phantom of a silver-white flying sword. In the next moment, the space beside the four-eyed golden crystal beast exploded, and the phantom flying sword appeared. It suddenly stabbed out, accurately piercing the four-eyed golden crystal beast's abdomen. Whoosh! The abdomen was the four-eyed golden crystal beast's weakest spot. Now that it had been pierced by such a sharp phantom flying sword, the four-eyed golden crystal beast suddenly felt its vision go black, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground. Father's cultivation level has probably reached the yin-yang stage. Ningyu's heart trembled slightly. From the strong, primordial chi that Ninghai had emitted, he could tell that Ninghai had broken through the primal core limit and reached the yin-yang stage, which allowed him to slightly control space. Senior Golden Crystal Beast, I'm sorry. Landing in front of the four-eyed Golden Crystal Beast, Ninghai cupped his fists and said in a low voice, "It's been 18 years. I've endured 18 years of torture. Now that you, is an adult, I can't stay in Tianxian City any longer." Ninghai, Miss Mu is right. You are a very stubborn person. The four-eyed Golden Crystal Beast retracted its wings, and its body shrank significantly. I promised her that one day I would go to the Supreme Nine Purities Temple to bring her back. Taking a deep breath, Ninghai said slowly, "I've already made her wait for 18 years. I won't make her wait for too long." The current Palace Lord of the Supreme Nine Purities Temple has already reached the creation stage. Before his cultivation reaches the supremacy stage, it's best that you don't go to the Supreme Nine Purities Temple, the four-eyed golden crystal beast said. "Since you've defeated me, it means that I've fulfilled my promise. There's no need for me to stay here anymore." As it spoke, the four-eyed golden crystal beast spread its wings, intending to leave the forbidden area. "Senior Golden Crystal Beast, I would like to ask a favor of you," Ninghai said hurriedly when he saw that the four-eyed golden crystal beast was about to leave. "What is it?" Chapter 105. Got it. Glancing at Ninghai, the four-eyed golden crystal beast flapped its wings, tore open the barrier of the forbidden area, and flew out. "Xiaoshan, wait for me. I will come to pick you up." Clenching his fists, Ninghai's eyes revealed a determined look. He suddenly stomped on the ground, turned into a shadow, and rushed into the forbidden area. A long time after Ninghai and the others left, Ningyu recovered from the shock. It turned out that Ninghai was so strong. No wonder he could casually kill the true martial realm warriors of the assassination pavilion. Why did Father go deep into the forbidden area? Is there some secret in there? Ningyu was a little confused. Normally, after defeating the four-eyed golden crystal beast, his father should have returned to Tianxian City, but now it seemed that his father did not do so. Forget it. I should go back as soon as possible. Maybe I can meet Elder Han. After thinking about it, Ningyu did not want to stay here any longer. Instead, he retreated to the edge of the forbidden area. Unleashing his fourth-grade soul force, he tore a hole in the barrier. His silhouette flashed, and he left the forbidden area. After leaving the forbidden area, Ningyu pushed his speed to the limit and rushed toward the place where he met Tai Kuei. Swoosh! Because his cultivation had advanced to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, the Yuan Qi in his cyclone was much denser, causing his speed to be more than twice as fast as before. Not long after, Ningyu returned to the place where he was attacked. Did Elder Han defeat the people of the corpse sect? Ningyu slightly frowned. The surrounding trees were broken, and the ground was full of holes. Obviously, there had been a big battle. The reason why Ningyu judged that the people of the corpse sect were defeated was because there were several corpses of the experts of the corpse sect lying on the ground. There were no corpses of the students of Danwu College or those who participated in the assessment. Obviously, the The people of the corpse sect were defeated. If I go to the ice cave now, maybe I can make it in time for the assessment. Oh damn, I don't even know the exact location of the ice cave. Just as Ningyu was about to leave, he was dumbfounded and did not know whether to laugh or cry, because he didn't know where the frost cave was. Holy crap, after all this time, I don't even know where the frost cave is. With a bitter smile, Ningyu said, "Now, we can only return to Tianxian City." Since he did not know where the icy cave was, Ningyu could only make a helpless decision to return to Profound Heaven City. Ningyu was speechless at this situation, but he didn't stay here for long. Instead, he began to fly towards the outskirts of the mountain range of magical beasts. Tianxian City, Ning family. In the meeting hall, Ning sat at the head of the table and slowly glanced at the experts of the Ning family. He said in a low voice, "The Lin family has launched a strong offensive against the Ning family. Everyone, tell me what we should do." "Fuck him, Motherf ****. An elder of the Ning family, who was at the early stage of the Xiantian realm, stood up and roared, "Old Patriarch, please give the order. I will bring my men to flatten the Lin family." "Elder Chow, don't be impulsive." Another short elder said, "Lin Zhen's cultivation has reached the complete Xiantian realm, and Lin Jingtian has broken through to the middle stage of the true martial realm. If we fight them head-on, we will die. Zhou Hong, what do you think we should do? Don't tell me we should wait for Lin Zhen to ride on our heads." Elder Chow said furiously, "The two of you should speak less. At this time, we should be even more united." Ning Tang said in a low voice, "I believe that the Patriarch will return soon. At that time, our Ning family will be saved." "That's right. Ning Tang, where did the Patriarch go? Now that the Ning family is in danger, why hasn't he returned?" Elder Chow said with a frown. "Patriarch." However, before Ning Tang could finish his sentence, a voice rang out in the sky above the Ning family. "Ning He, you old man, come out and die." Hearing this voice, Ning He's palm brushed past the teacup on the table and suddenly exerted force. With a crack, the cup was crushed. Then, Ning He rose from the ground and left the meeting hall. "Ha ha ha! Ning He, it seems that you have also heard the news." As the laughter faded, the clear sky suddenly fluctuated. Then, a large number of figures quickly appeared and landed in front of the gate of the Ning family. Ning He's face was gloomy as he looked at the group of people that suddenly appeared. His eyes slowly stopped on an old man. At that moment, Ning He snorted and said in a low voice, "I was wondering who it was. So it's a defeated opponent." "Ha! Ning He, you old fogey. Back then, when you passed the cold ice cave test and successfully entered the Danwu Academy to cultivate, I thought that the gap between us would only get bigger and bigger. Who would have thought that not long after entering the Danwu Academy, you were expelled?" With a slight smile, Lin Jingtian's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Now that I have advanced to the middle stage of the true martial realm, you are still half a step into the true martial realm. The gap between us is as wide as the heavens. Ning He, where's your son Ning Hai? Did he run away at the last minute?" Next to him, Lin Zhen said with a sinister smile, "Originally, I wanted to exchange some pointers with him. Now, it seems that there is no chance." Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, two more figures appeared from afar and finally landed in front of the Ning family gate. Swoosh! Seeing the two figures appear again, Ning He's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. He originally thought that it was the Lin family who attacked the Ning family. Now it seemed that the other two families in Tianxian City, the Zhao family and the Wangs, also wanted a share of the pie. "Lin Zhen, we have removed all the Ning family strongholds in other places in Tianxian City," Wang Qinian said with a smile. "Now, the Ning family only has this tortoise nest left." Next to him, Zhao Lai said gloomily. "Zhao Lai, Wang Qinian." Clenching his fists tightly, Ning Tang shouted in a low voice. Hearing Ning Tang's voice, Wang Qinian raised his eyebrows. He immediately rose from the ground and appeared in front of Ning Tang in the blink of an eye. He threw out a punch, bringing with it a swift and fierce Yuan Qi gale, and slammed it hard on Ning Tang's chest. Bang! The huge recoil caused Ning Tang's body to retreat several feet before he could dissipate the force. Xiantian full circle. Both of you have also advanced to Xiantian full circle. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ning Tang endured the huge pain coming from his chest. His face was full of disbelief. At this moment, Ning Tang's heart was on the verge of collapsing. Back at the Tianxian Square, Wang Qinian and Zhao Lai were only at the advanced Xiantian stage. In just a few days, they had advanced to Xiantian full circle. Such a speed of advancement was really shocking. After throwing out a punch, Wang Qinian did not continue to attack. Instead, he twisted his neck and said, "The feeling of bullying the weak is really enjoyable." Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Qinian's body dashed out like lightning and instantly appeared in front of Ning Tang. Then, he clenched his fist, and an extremely tyrannical Yuan Qi burst out. Seeing that Wang Qinian had made his move, Zhao Lai and Lin Zhun's figures flashed, and they dashed towards the Ning family elder. Next to them, Lin Jingtian's lips curved into a sinister smile. He took a step forward, and the aura of the middle stage of the true martial realm was instantly revealed. His cold voice echoed throughout the entire Tianxian city. Chapter 106. In a room in a small town, a figure sat cross-legged. In front of him, a small alchemy cauldron floated in the air. If Lin Zhun and the rest were here, they would definitely recognize this figure as Ningyu. After leaving the Magic Beast Mountain range, Ningyu came to a small town and bought the medicinal ingredients needed to concoct the Wind Thunder Pill. Go! With a low shout, Ningyu placed all the medicinal ingredients into the alchemy cauldron. Then, Yuan Qi wrapped around his finger. With the point of his finger, traces of flames started burning at the bottom of the alchemy cauldron. Under the control of Ning Yu's soul power, the Yuan Qi turned into flames at an extremely fast speed. Although the Wind Thunder Pill was a peak 3rd grade pill, Ning Yu's soul power had already reached the 4th grade. His cultivation had also broken through the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Therefore, the process of concocting the Wind Thunder Pill was extremely stable. Rise! After about an hour, Ningyu shouted and patted the alchemy cauldron. Immediately, a round pill flew out. Pa! Grabbing the pill, Ningyu's face lit up. With the Wind Thunder Pill, I can devour the Wind Thunder Fire. The Wind Thunder Fire was not only helpful in concocting pills, but it could also be used to fight enemies. Even the sturdy shell of the armored dragon turtle was burnt to pieces by the Wind Thunder Fire. Although the Wind Thunder Rhino had used the energy in its body, it was undeniable that the Wind Thunder Fire was powerful. Shua! With a wave of his soul power, the Wind Thunder Rhino appeared in the room. The Wind Thunder Rhino was huge. If it wasn't for the fact that the room Ningyu had opened was big enough, it would not have been able to contain the Wind Thunder Rhino's body. Ningyu stabbed out with his sword and cut open the Wind Thunder Rhino's abdomen. Shio! Immediately, a flame shot out from the Wind Thunder Rhino's abdomen. Wind Thunder Fire! With a low shout, Ningyu's soul power gushed out crazily and wrapped around the Wind Thunder Fire. Chi-chi! The moment the soul power came into contact with the Wind Thunder Fire, a hissing sound was heard. Under Ningyu's control, the soul power drilled into his sea of consciousness. Get in! Gritting his teeth, Ningyu used his powerful soul power to force the wind, thunder, and fire into a cyclone. Hiss! As soon as the wind, thunder, and fire entered the cyclone, they roared and wanted to devour the vital energy. Wind Thunder Pill! After swallowing the Wind Thunder Pill, Ningyu controlled the medicinal power to enter the cyclone. Originally, the Wind Lightning Fire was devouring Yuan Qi, but as the Wind Lightning Pill's medicinal power flowed into the cyclone, it seemed to be suppressed and actually became quiet. Ningyu didn't dare to relax. His mental state was still tense, and his powerful soul continued to suppress the wind, thunder, and fire. After approximately 10 minutes, Ningyu slowly withdrew his soul force from his sea of consciousness after confirming that there were no problems with the wind, thunder, and fire. Ningyu opened his eyes. There were some purple flames dancing in his pupils. Ooh. Letting out a long breath, Ningyu finally relaxed. Based on the current situation, the wind, thunder, and fire had obviously taken root in his cyclone. It's time to go back. After putting the wind thunder rhino's carcass into his storage ring, Ningyu immediately stood up and left the room. Did you know? Something big happened in Tianxian City today. As soon as he walked out of the room, Ningyu heard the conversation between two martial artists in the lobby. He frowned slightly and slowed down his steps. One of the peak post-liminary realm martial artists asked what happened. Tell me quickly. The other early-stage post-liminary realm martial artist curled his lips and said, You don't even know this? It's really Aote. There's no harm in telling you. 3 big families in Tianxian City have joined forces to launch a thunderous attack on another family. Aren't there 4 big families in Tianxian City? The Lin family, the Zhao family, the Wangs, and the Ning family. Among them, the Lin family is the strongest. Could it be that the other 3 families have joined forces to deal with the Lin family? The peak post-liminary realm martial artist frowned. Hee, you're thinking too much. The Zhao family, the Wangs, and the Lin family have joined forces to deal with the Ning family, the early-stage post-liminary realm martial artist said with a smile. Swoosh. Hearing this, Ningyu's face darkened. He didn't expect the Lin family to be so deranged as to attack the Ning family while he was participating in the Icy Cave assessment and his father was in the forbidden area of the magical Beast Mountain range. Lin Jun Lin Jingtian. Clenching his fists, Ningyu dashed out instantly, leaving only a shadow on the spot. Ningyu's actions caused the martial artists in the lobby to look sideways at the disappearing figure with their mouths agape. Gulp! A moment later, the early-stage post-liminary realm martial artist swallowed his saliva and murmured, This wave of Yuan Qi has obviously reached the complete post-liminary realm, or even the true martial realm. Bang bang. At the same time, in the Ning family, countless figures were shuttling back and forth, and fierce collisions were incessant. Although Ning he had called back all the experts of the Ning family who were scattered outside, it was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of 3 families whose strength had increased by several times. Moreover, this time, the 3 families had come aggressively and almost turned out in full force. Their goal was clear, that was to destroy the Ning family. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the 2 figures quickly retreated. Ninghe, don't worry. I won't let you die so quickly. I will torture you slowly until you die. Lin Jingtian's lips curled up slightly as he stared at the figure in front of him and said coldly. As his voice fell, Lin Jingtian's body shook, and a pair of Yuan Qi wings appeared on his back. With a slight shake, his speed skyrocketed, and like a flying sword, he arrived beside Ning He in the blink of an eye. Hiss! Lin Jingtian bent his fingers and suddenly exerted force, grabbing at Ning He's chest fiercely. Not good. Feeling the strong wind coming from beside him, Ning He did not dare to neglect. With a shake of his wrist, violent Yuan Qi swept out like a huge dragon, roaring. Wind-tearing claw. Lin Jingtian's palm brought up a gust of wind and suddenly collided with Ning He's palm. Crack! The next moment, Ning He's face changed dramatically, and his body was sent flying several feet away before he could stabilize himself. However, his right hand was held by Ta, and he could not exert any strength. Not bad. You were able to block my claw attack with 50% of my strength. It seemed that you are not an embroidered pillow. You do have some strength. Lin Jingtian smiled faintly and dashed out, fighting with Ning He again. This time, the Ning family is really finished. After today, there will be no Ning family in Tianxian City. Yes, the 3 families have joined forces to besiege the Ning family. Unless there is a miracle, otherwise the Ning family will really be finished. After the battle, I'm afraid that Lin Jun will integrate the forces in Tianxian City. We'd better find a way to prepare a congratulatory gift. Looking at the fierce battlefield, the warriors in Tianxian City were all surprised and even sighed, because after today, the Ning family one of the 4 families in Tianjin City, was likely to be uprooted. I played enough. Everyone, listen to my order. Let's wash the Ning family with blood. As Lin Jingtian shouted, the warriors who had already surrounded the Ning family rushed towards the Ning family like ferocious tigers going down the mountain. The strong, murderous aura that broke out in an instant made the warriors around pale. Warriors of the Ning family, fight to the death. When the disciples of the 3 great clans rushed out like a tide, Ning he gave a light shout and immediately rushed to the forefront, blasting at the 3 Hotian realm warriors. Crack! After one blow, the 3 warriors of the acquired stage were killed instantly. Lin Jingtian, even if the Ning family can't escape today, I will make your Lin family suffer a great loss. As his voice fell, Ning he rushed out instantly. A thunderous explosion resounded in the sky above the Ning family. At this moment, the entire profound Sky City had cast their gazes towards this battle. Chapter 107. Drunken Cloud Brothel, 3rd level. Skyroom 1. A middle-aged man was pacing back and forth with a serious expression. His slightly clenched fists indicated that his heart was not calm. Master Song, an early Khanate realm warrior behind the middle-aged man, could not help but call out. Let's wait a little longer. Song Fei frowned and shook his head. But before young mistress left, she said that if the Ning family were to meet with any mishaps, we must do our best to help. The early Khanate realm warrior said in confusion. Oomph. You're the master of the drunken cloud brothel? Song Fei snorted and said in a low voice, I said let's wait a little longer. So let's wait a little longer. Pass down the order. Without my orders, no one is to help the Ning family. I'll speak to young mistress. Sigh. The early Khanate realm warrior sighed and left the room. After the early Khanate realm warrior left, Song Fei's lips curled up and he laughed coldly. The Ning family, in a tall building of the Alchemy Union, a few men dressed in alchemist robes were watching the battle that had erupted in the Ning family. The one at the head of the group was naturally the president of the Alchemy Union, Zhou Tong. President Zhou, do you think it's time for us to act? Behind Zhou Tong, Lu Shan asked in a low voice. There's no rush, Zhou Tong said slowly after a moment of silence. Actually, Zhou Tong was helpless. Before Elder Mo left, he had told him to take care of the Ning family. However, he was very clear that Elder Mo did not want him to protect the Ning family, but Ningyu himself. At this moment, Ningyu was participating in the IC Cave assessment and was not at the Ning family. Zhou Tong did not need to act for the time being. Moreover, he did not want to provoke Lin Jingtian, even though he was a 3rd-level alchemist. President Zhou, if we help the Ning family now, it will be a great favor to Ningyu. Lu Shan was a little unwilling. After all, Ningyu had helped him before. He still wanted to fight for Ningyu. With Ningyu's talent and alchemy, his future achievements will be limitless. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Tong said in a deep voice, let's wait a little longer. It won't be too late for us to make our move when Ningyu returns to Tianjin City. Hearing Zhou Tong's words, Lu Shan's expression was somewhat gloomy. He turned around and left the tall building. Snow Domain Pavilion. After the change in Pill Dragon Valley, many factions followed Lu Wei back to the capital. The only ones left behind were a Middle Xiantian realm martial artist and several Hodian realm martial artists. Towards the great war that erupted with the Ning family, they were powerless. When the Lin family and the others were already in a killing frenzy, bringing up the Snow Domain Pavilion would obviously not be able to suppress their killing intent. Chi. Swords and sabers clashed, flesh was torn apart, and the low sounds of killing continuously rang out in the courtyard of the Ning family. At this moment, Lin Zhen's expression was extremely gloomy. Although the strength of the 3 clans had skyrocketed recently, just as the Ning family was about to be unable to resist, a group of black-clothed martial artists suddenly appeared. These black-clothed martial artists were mostly at the early Xiantian realm. They had rich combat experience and could almost fight 1 against 2, or even 3. With the addition of the black-clothed martial artists, the Ning family forcibly withstood several rounds of attacks and caused them to suffer heavy losses. Bang! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in the air. Many gazes instantly turned to look. Ning he spat out a mouthful of blood as his figure was forced to retreat. From the looks of it, he would not be able to hold on for long. Ning he stopped resisting stubbornly. Although there is a group of mysterious martial artists helping you, you should be very clear that under the powerful attack of our 3 clans, after today, the Ning family will no longer exist. Glancing at Ning he, who had been repelled, Lin Jingtian said lightly, "Now, I will give you one last chance. Tell me who those black-clothed martial artists are, and I will consider leaving your corpse intact." Ning he ignored Lin Jingtian's words and turned his head to look at the battle in the courtyard of the Ning family. The battle there was even more tragic than on his side. Although the addition of the black-clothed martial artists had temporarily delayed the attack of the 3 clans, Ning he was very clear that if this continued, the Ning family would not be able to resist for 3 hours at most. Stubborn. Seeing that Ning he had ignored him, Lin Jingtian shouted in a low voice. Immediately, his figure shot out and appeared in front of Ning he in the blink of an eye. Puff! Ning he, who had already been seriously injured, suddenly turned pale under Lin Jingtian's powerful attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out under countless gazes. Old Master! Ning he's defeat immediately caused a burst of exclamations in the courtyard of the Ning family. After defeating Ning he, Lin Jingtian did not join the battle. Instead, he floated in the air and stared at the battle below. Obviously, he did not want to continue fighting because of his status. Although Lin Jingtian did not join the battle, the Ning family, which had lost Ning he, was like losing their backbone and was defeated again and again. If Ning Tang had not appeared in time to stabilize the situation, the Ning family would have been defeated even faster. Damn it! Ning Tang cursed in his heart. Clenching his teeth, Ning Tang's figure flashed out and rushed towards Lin Jun. Everyone knew that Lin Jun's cultivation was at the Xiantian full realm. With Ning Tang's strength, he would definitely not be able to resist him. If Ning Tang is defeated again, the Ning family will be in danger. Isn't that right? It is the alliance of the 3 clans. With the strength of the Ning family, it is not easy for them to hold on until now. I thought there would be a miracle, but now it seems that the miracle did not happen. Bang! Just as everyone was discussing, a muffled sound was heard. Then Lin Jun punched out, and a powerful energy burst out from his fist. As he waved his fist, a hideous smile appeared on Lin Jun's face. Ning Tang, goodbye. Boom! However, the next moment, Ning he rose from the ground and threw a punch with all his strength. Under everyone's astonishment, it collided with Lin Jun's fist. Puff! Ning he, who was already on the verge of death, fell straight to the back like a kite with a broken string under Lin Jun's all-out attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, and his aura was extremely weak. Old fart, since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Seeing that his punch was blocked by Ning he, Lin Jun clenched his fists and looked gloomy. He immediately rose from the ground, locked his powerful aura on Ning he, and rushed out. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the Ning family. Even the people who were fighting stopped in their tracks. At this moment, some powerful martial artists even saw the despair on Ning he's face. Once Ning he was killed, the Ning family would really be finished. Swoosh! However, just as countless people were shaking their heads and sighing, suddenly, a shocking sword light came from afar and fell down in an instant. The moment the sword light appeared, Lin Jun's face changed dramatically, and he could not help but retreat. On the ground, Ning he, who was originally in despair, suddenly opened his eyes. His slightly aged figure was trembling, and even his voice was a little incredulous. Chapter 108. The sudden change caught the attention of the surrounding martial artists. They shifted their gazes to the shocking sword ray in the air. The sword ray was extremely fast. As it swept through the air, Even the air hissed from the friction. Who is it? Who dares to help the Ning family at this critical juncture? The power of this sword ray is no weaker than a true martial realm martial artist. The surrounding martial artists' mouths were agape, their faces full of astonishment. They were also very curious. Who would dare to help the Ning family? Swoosh! The huge sword ray appeared in front of Lin Jun in an instant. Then, under his horrified gaze, it slammed into his chest. Damn it! Lin Jun cursed. He gathered all his yuan qi at his wrist and held it horizontally in front of his chest. It was obvious that he wanted to use his arm to resist this shocking sword ray. However, he had clearly underestimated the power of the sword ray. As his eyes widened in shock, the sword ray suddenly arrived. Ah! A scream like that of a pig being slaughtered was heard. Then, a column of blood shot out from Lin Jun's shoulder. Lin Jun's arm was chopped off. Lin Jun's cultivation level is at the Khanate stage. He is extremely powerful. Who cut off his arm with a single strike? I'm not sure. It should be a true martial realm martial artist. Looking at the arm that had fallen to the ground, whispers rose in the surroundings. The Ning family heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, a martial artist who could chop off Lin Jun's arm with a single strike was certainly not weak. At this critical juncture, to have a true martial realm martial artist come forward to help was undoubtedly a timely help to the Ning family. In comparison, the Lin family's faces were as ugly as pig's liver. They had originally planned to besiege the Ning family. Now that the patriarch's arm had been chopped off, what was the point of besieging them? Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, a shadow streaked across the sky and appeared in front of the Ning family's door. Whoosh! The instant the afterimage landed, an uproar broke out in the surroundings, and undisguised cries of surprise broke out. Ningyu! It's Ningyu! Ningyu? Didn't he run away with Ning Hai? Why are you here now? Escape? Nonsense. Ningyu went to participate in the icy cave test. I just didn't expect that he would become so powerful in just 3 days. No matter what, I'm afraid the Lin family is going to suffer this time. Ningyu. Lin Jun stopped the bleeding on his arm and said through gritted teeth, Do you only know how to sneak attack? To deal with an old dog like you, I don't need a sneak attack to kill you. With a cold glint in his eyes, Ningyu dashed out once again. His speed was extremely fast, leaving only an afterimage where he had been standing. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Jun. Heaven Fiend's sword wave. The soul-severing sword waved, and a sword radiance suddenly appeared. The sword radiance's powerful energy rippled and caused Lin Jun's heart to tremble. He felt like he was in a trance. Ningyu, you're asking for it. However, just as the sword radiance was about to hit Lin Jun, Lin Jingtian roared, and yuan qi surged out of his body. He helped Lin Jun block the huge sword radiance. Old dog, don't worry. I've already prepared something for you. Ning had already guessed that Lin Jingtian would attack. Hence, when he used the Heaven Fiend sword wave, he immediately retreated and injected the yuan qi in the cyclone into the soul-severing sword. With the injection of yuan qi, the soul-severing sword let out a buzzing sound and trembled. Teisho Kenpo. After the sword trembled to a certain extent, Ningyu stabbed out. Instantly, a sword radiance containing a powerful energy ripple rushed out. Not good. After blocking the huge sword radiance for Lin Jun, Lin Jingtian wanted to say something ruthless. However, his expression changed and yuan qi surged out of his body to form a yuan qi light pillar. Puffed. The yuan qi light pillar and the shocking sword radiance collided and both disappeared. Ningyu, you've grown so much in just a few days. Although he looked calm, Lin Jingtian was extremely shocked. 3 days ago, in the Tianqian Square, he could kill Ningyu as easily as taking something out of his pocket. Now, the sword radiance that Ningyu had shot out was something that he had to use all his strength to block. I have to get rid of him. At this moment, Lin Jingtian was determined to kill Ningyu no matter what. This was because with Ningyu's speed of growth, if he was given any more time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Old dog Lin, you will pay the price for what you did today. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yu's eyes narrowed as he stabbed out with his soul-severing sword. Rays of sword radiance flew out. Pa! 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 Wherever the sword light passed, the air would erupt with a series of low explosive sounds. Little bastard, today, I will let you know the difference between the Xiantian stage and the true martial realm. Dragon Slayer Hand. A deep voice came from Lin Jingtian's mouth as he quickly formed a seal with his hands. In an instant, a huge palm appeared and stopped above his head. Lin Jingtian has used the Dragon Slayer Hand. This is a Middle Earth rank martial skill. At its peak, its power is comparable to an Upper Earth rank martial skill. Rumor has it that when Lin Jingtian was at the Xiantian stage, he used the Dragon Slayer Hand to defeat an early-stage true martial realm martial artist. Yeah, since Lin Jingtian has used this move, it seems like it won't be long before Ning Yu is killed. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, the huge palm collided with the sword radiance that Ning Yu had slashed out. Dong! The entire heaven and earth seemed to tremble violently at this moment. Huge waves of yuan energy rolled up from the center of the collision and spread out in all directions like a huge dragon. Swoosh! In the next moment, Lin Jingtian's eyes turned cold as he formed another seal. Another huge palm appeared in the air and smashed towards Ning Yu's head. At this moment, the hurricane in the area seemed to be disrupted and stopped moving forward. Facing such a powerful attack from Lin Jingtian, Ning Yu's face turned solemn. Putting his palms together, violent yuan energy gushed out from his body and wrapped around his wrist. Swoosh! Under the focus of countless gazes, a slightly smaller and material palm print struck out from Ning Yu's wrist, and then his eyes suddenly opened. His eyes that were usually calm now carried violent rage that was ghastly to the extreme. Boom! The palm print flew out in the blink of an eye, bringing with it a strong gust of wind as it met Lin Jingtian's huge palm without any reservations. The strong winds that filled the sky caused the surrounding martial artists to involuntarily shiver. That was because even a true martial realm initial stage martial artist might not be able to display such an attack. It seemed like Ning Yu's strength had reached a terrifying level. Rumble! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, two palm prints, one big and one small, violently collided against each other. Kacha! The instant the two palm prints collided, a cracking sound rang out and both shattered. At the same time, two figures were sent flying in different directions. Chapter 109. Gulp! The silence lasted for a full minute before it was broken by the sound of someone swallowing their saliva. Many martial artists stared in shock at the skinny figure standing in front of the Ning family. Lin Jingtian was a true martial realm martial artist. How could Ning Yu be evenly matched with him? Little bastard, you do have some skills. With a cold snort, Lin Jingtian stomped on the ground and shot forward again. But if this is all you have, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Yusha! Facing Lin Jingtian's fierce attack, Ning Yu did not bat an eyelid. His wrist quickly formed a seal, and he struck out with his palm. Violent yuan energy mixed with a strong soul ripple spread across the area. Buzz buzz! Grade 4 soul power poured out and the sky changed color. Some martial artists with weaker soul power were even forced to take a few steps back. They stared at Ning Yu in horror, their mouths agape and faces filled with disbelief. This was because the strength of the soul power that exploded from the palm had reached the level of a grade 4 soul power. Soul attack technique. Lin Jingtian did not expect Ning Yu to know a soul attack technique. He immediately stopped in the air, turned his head, and retreated. Chi! As Ning Yu had advanced to the Xiantian middle stage, his soul power had reached grade 4. Hence, Yusha's speed had increased to the maximum. Lin Jingtian had just turned around, but before he could take a few steps back, Yusha was already behind him and slapped him hard on the back. Feeling the strong wind behind him, Lin Jingtian's face changed. He gritted his teeth, and the yuan energy in his body surged and gathered on his fist. Then he punched out with his fist. Swoosh! Even though Lin Jingtian's punch was powerful, it did not last long against Yusha's powerful attack before it was defeated. Pa! Then, Yusha punched Lin Jingtian's back in front of everyone's shocked eyes. A dull thud could be heard as Lin Jingtian suffered the blow and his body fell straight to the ground. After the attack, Ningyu did not stop. Instead, he dashed towards Lin Jingtian with the absolute soul sword in his hand. From the looks of it, Lin Jingtian was doomed. Whoosh, whoosh. However, just as the soul-breaking sword was about to land on Ningyu's head, two wind-breaking sounds could be heard. Two fists, one on the left and one on the right, flew towards Ningyu. Not good. Ningyu's expression changed slightly as he swung the soul-severing sword again and again, one to the left and one to the right. Bang! Bang! Then, two figures landed beside Lin Jingtian. Early stage of true martial realm, Ningyu furrowed his brows as he looked at the two old men standing beside Lin Jingtian. He did not recognize these two old men. The patriarch of Wang's, Wang Ku, the ancestor of the Zhao clan, Zhao Peng, the patriarchs of the Zhao clan and the Wangs. Have they broken through to the true martial realm as well? It should be. Even Lin Jingtian has reached the middle stage of true martial realm. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to break through from the half-step true martial realm to the early stage. Ningyu did not recognize these two elders, but the martial artists in Tianxin City did. They were none other than the patriarchs of the Zhao clan and the Wangs. Patriarch Lin, are you all right? After landing, Zhao Peng was the first to ask. I'm fine. I was just careless. Standing up from the ground, Lin Jingtian said viciously, Today, I will capture that little bastard Ningyu and skin him alive. Wang Ke frowned and said, Patriarch Lin, don't worry. Zhao Peng and I have successfully broken through to the true martial realm. With the three of us working together, capturing Ning, you'll be a piece of cake. Originally, Wang Ku and Zhao Peng were only half a step into the true martial realm. Due to the large amount of resources they had obtained, they had successfully broken through to the true martial realm after half a month of closed-door training. As soon as they entered the true martial realm, the two of them rushed to the Ning family. According to the agreement, today was the day they would besiege the Ning family. Fortunately, they arrived in time. Otherwise, Lin Jingtian would definitely be killed. Oh no! Ningyu's expression changed. His heart sank to the bottom. Just now, he had unexpectedly used the Ghost Fiend art. Originally, he could have killed Lin Jingtian. Who would have thought that two people would appear out of nowhere and ruin his plan? If he missed this opportunity, it would be extremely difficult for Lin Jingtian to kill him when he realized what was going on. Moreover, he had two more early-stage, true martial realm helpers. The situation had become even more troublesome. The Ning family members turned pale the moment they saw Wang Ku and Zhao Peng appear. Originally, when they saw that Ningyu and Lin Jingtian were evenly matched, they thought that Ningyu would be able to turn the tide, just like in the icy cave. Who would have thought that Wang Ku and Zhao Peng would advance to the early stage, true martial realm, and join the battle? At this moment, the fire of hope in their hearts was extinguished once again. Shua! Shua! In the next moment, Zhao Lai and Wang Qinian flashed and landed behind Lin Jingtian. Two Xiantian full foundation, two early-stage true martial realm, and one middle-stage true martial realm. At this moment, Ningyu calmed down and said, To kill me, you guys are willing to sacrifice so much. Hee hee, the winner takes all. History is always written by the victors. With a smile, Lin Jingtian took a step forward. Violent yuan qi swept out from his body and forced the surrounding martial artists to retreat. To be able to force us to use our full strength, you can die without regrets. Do you think that you can kill me like this? The yuan qi in the qi whirlpool gushed out without reservation. At this moment, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. This yuan qi intensity, he has probably reached the true martial realm? Almost. Ningyu is terrifyingly strong. If he doesn't die today, he will definitely break through the limits of the true martial realm and reach the Yuan Dan realm. He might even reach the threshold of the Yin Yang realm. That's right. But the prerequisite is that he can survive today. The strength and talent that Ningyu had displayed shocked the martial artists in Tianxin City. Although it was said that one was bound to have good fortune after surviving a disaster was harder than ascending to the heavens. Attack! The moment the Yuan Qi in Ningyu's body gushed out, Lin Jingtian let out a low growl and struck out with his palm. Behind him, Wang Ku and Zhao Peng rose from the ground and joined the battle. As for Zhao Lai and Wang Qinian, they were at the edge of the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Seeing that Lin Jingtian was approaching him, Ningyu took a deep breath. A purple flame danced in his eyes. Go! A purple flame quietly wrapped around his wrist. Then, Ningyu dashed out and met Lin Jingtian head-on. Little bastard, I'm already prepared. If you want to use soul attack to launch a sneak attack on me, I'm afraid you will be disappointed, Lin Jingtian shouted. He did not approach Ningyu, but instead struck out with his palm in midair. Old dog Lin, I'll let you live for a while longer. However, the moment Lin Jingtian struck out with his palm, Ningyu's speed skyrocketed. He changed his direction and dashed toward Zhao Lai and Wang Qinian. The moment the purple flame burst out, Ningyu flicked his wrist, and an extremely violent palm print expanded in front of everyone's horrified eyes. Demon-breaking palm. Lin Jingtian's toes touched the ground, and his body rushed forward. Yuan Qi burst out from his palms, and there was a hint of violent aura. In the middle of his palms, fiery red Yuan Qi condensed like a scorching hot flame. With a strong gust of wind, it slammed towards Ningyu's palm print. As soon as Lin Jingtian made his move, it attracted the attention of the surrounding martial artists. This was because the degree of Yuan Qi density was comparable to a martial artist in the late stage of the true martial realm. Facing such a fierce move from Lin Jingtian, even though Ningyu was prepared, he still took a deep breath. However, the current situation did not allow him to be distracted. Wind, thunder, fire. As Ningyu bellowed, a ball of purple flame separated from the palm print and gradually spread out. It's wind, thunder, fire. Ningyu actually has wind, thunder, and fire. What is wind, thunder, fire? You don't even know about the wind, lightning, fire? To tell you the truth, the wind, lightning, fire is a special type of flame. It is incomparably powerful. That's right. In the hands of an ordinary cultivator, they might not be able to display the might of the wind, thunder, fire. But in the hands of an alchemist, the might of the wind, thunder, fire is terrifying enough to make one tremble. Buzz. The moment the wind, thunder, and fire palm prints broke away, the surrounding air seemed to buzz from the scorching heat, and they all moved away in all directions. Kacha! In the next moment, Lin Jingtian's devil-crushing palm collided with Ningyu's netherworld samsara palm. A crisp sound rang out. The netherworld samsara palm was broken, but the demon-shattering palm was undamaged. It continued to attack. Wind, lightning, annihilation. He poured all of his soul power into his wind, lightning, fire palm. Then it collided with the demon-shattering palm. Damn it! The moment the two collided, Lin Jingtian's face changed. He realized that the demon-shattering palm could not withstand the impact of the wind, thunder, and fire, lightning, fire palm, and exploded. Furthermore, after the demon-shattering palm was destroyed, the wind, thunder, and fire, lightning, fire palm did not slow down. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of him. Yuan Li light shield. Lin Jingtian's eyes narrowed as his body trembled. Then, the Yuan Qi in his mind surged out and formed a shield in front of him. Ningyu, if you want to break my Yuan Li light shield, then go home. What? After the shield was formed, Lin Jingtian relaxed a little. Just as he was about to mock Lin Fan, his face changed and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This is impossible. This was because his Yuanli light shield could not withstand the attack of the wind, thunder, and fire shield. Teisho Kenpo. The moment Lin Jingtian's Yuanli light shield was broken, Ningyu gritted his teeth and channeled the last bit of Yuan Qi in his body into the soul-severing sword. Then, while Lin Jingtian was still in a daze, the soul-severing sword left his hand and caused the air to tremble. No! Seeing that the absolute soul's sword was about to reach him, the shock in Lin Jingtian's eyes grew, and he revealed a look of despair. Die! Faced with Lin Jingtian's dying roar, Ningyu was not affected. He controlled the soul-severing sword with his soul and pressed it down. Puchi! In the next moment, the soul-severing sword pierced Lin Jingtian's chest as everyone in Tianxian City looked on in shock. A crisp sound was heard. Lin Jingtian's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief as he fell to the ground. Whoosh! The sudden change caused the entire Tianxian City to fall silent. Everyone stared in shock at the figure standing in front of the Ning family, holding the flying sword. They suddenly felt like they were in a trance. This scene was very similar to the test in the Frost Cave a month ago. During the Icy Cave assessment, Ningyu turned the tide and saved the Ning family. Now he had appeared and killed the Lin family's patriarch, Lin Jingtian, who was in the intermediate stage of the martial arts realm. Was Lin Jingtian, who was in the intermediate stage of the martial arts realm, weaker, or was Ningyu, who was in the Xiantian stage, stronger? Whoosh! The silence lasted for a full 5 minutes before it finally exploded. Ningyu is too insane. Yeah, with his strength, he should be able to enter the top 5,000 of the innate realm battle roll. Top 5,000? Your information is too outdated. In the previous innate realm battle roll, Ningyu is ranked 1,000. 1,000. No wonder he is so strong. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.